Though we are many, we are part of something. A force. Bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
What is going on, EGF fans? Hope you're all having a fantastic afternoon so far. And get this, it's about to get even better. Here for you guys today, I am Lord Thiethan, joined in the booth by Ocean Cass, and we've got a riveting set of matchups for you this afternoon. Ocean, how are you doing? How are you managing the anticipation for these games?
I don't know. I'm pretty excited, right? UConn is going to be the team that we're kind of focused on today, as they are taking on St. Peter's. St. Peter's, of course, have some stakes of their own, but we'll talk about that in a bit. UConn had a rough start to the spring split after I think an 8-1 fall split. They lost their flex support Rupal or Pascal, who went over to Redbirds, and that was a tough way to start the spring split for them, but they were able to come back, and they had a good win last week against Wichita State and currently sit in 5th place.
Yeah, I've seen this UConn squad several times over the last couple of months, and man, even without Pascal in the lineup, they really don't fail to impress. It's a very impressive performance that they've had, considering the talent that they have to work with. Just really every time I see them in action, it is team synergy manifest, the epitome of that Overwatch principle. And their matchup today is a relatively straightforward endeavor for them as well, going up against St. Peter's University, who's sitting right smack dab in the middle of the standings for EGFC.
Yeah, and of course they're sitting right smack dab at the last playoff spot at the current moment, right? That's where they are right now, and they've got to get some wins, and it's going to be a tough task for them today. Especially when you're a team that is pretty low on confidence right now. They lost a game last week to Villanova. They lost, I think it was the first map to Villanova. I can't exactly remember which one it was. But going into a team that plays quite actively with their main tanking your boy Wings, this could be quite a difficult task for St. Peter's.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and heading into this first map as well, you're really going to look forward to seeing your boy Wings thrive on that main tank role. It's going to be the control point game mode Lijiang Tower to start off this series, and I really like Lijiang because it's just a nice map to establish a baseline for all of our teams.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because, again, Lijiang, there's a lot of different playstyles you can play. Garden is usually a little bit more open. You're going to probably want to play some more open compositions. St. Peter's rocking some sort of spam brawl hybrid. I'm not exactly sure what their goal is right now because they've got a Rolling Heart, but a lot of spam heroes as well. And then we also got Connecticut right now here, running something a little bit more traditional. It's basically a dive composition, but with a more stable backline with an Ana. I guess they just feel comfortable playing Ana and Lucio more than they would like Zenbreak.
Yeah, and that sustain is going to be severed a little bit. There's a helpful Fox going down, and Sellout ends up getting environmentally eliminated as well. It's not a full fight breaking out here so far. It's both of these teams really testing each other, figuring out how they really want to take this control point. But there's a nice elimination there from Kelp to help reduce the opposition that they'll be playing against. This will reward them with that first point cap.
You know what's really strange? So this Wrecking Ball dive competition is so good at isolating targets, but Ratchet almost isolated themselves, and currently the Sports are isolated in that right room. I don't really think Connecticut will be able to punish them though.
No, Kelp is going to have to back out of there, get a little bit of sustain here, but that opportunity for the Wrecking Ball to dive, then that's also a good chance for Samo to go and get some damage. They're not going to be able to do so though. There's a helpful Fox waiting for the boot, but the Flux is already putting in work. There's a Hibachi Swat falling critically low, and there's your environmental there. 2 eliminations on the side of UConn. That's a fight win despite the Ant Matrix was placed by St. Peter's.
Yeah, this should be done, and Nelsie and Kelp can clean up the kills on this. Start to look towards the ultimate economy, which UConn has, they've got a pretty good ultimate economy for this next team fight. They've got Nano Blade, potentially, a Minefield. It's pretty good engagement tool for Connecticut as well. St. Peter's haven't really built up to anything whatsoever. I mean, maybe if they play super aggressive, they can maybe get Satellite involved, but that's never really going to be an option against a dive composition like Connecticut. You're just going to get isolated by that Wrecking Ball, and you're going to get punished.
Oh yeah, talking about the Wrecking Ball, they're a little trapped themselves, taking some pretty hefty damage, but that's also some good ultimate charge for the supports. A Helpful Fox definitely wants that sound barrier after they got eliminated early in this round, and as well, now that they're gone out of the fight at 2. There's the Nano Boost to compensate for a Mantis advantage as the blade is drawn from its sheath, and there's now slingshotting around the objective, picking up 3 final blows. It elicits the self-destruct from Holstan, but that's a lost cause.
Yeah, it's a pretty good team fight for Connecticut. They did have to use a couple more of their ultimates that they probably would have liked. You know, that Pulse Bomb in this round, like they're swapping here. I'm not exactly sure what Sabo is doing, but yeah, they had to use a couple of extra tools and I probably would have liked. Tonight, St. Peters have a small ultimate advantage going here, but won't matter if they lose a player to this Davidic Flux.
Yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. Clears a little bit of space for the pile drive and follow-up damage onto Min Min. Now cut from the lifeline. The tanks are isolated, as we've mentioned, in this white room, and there's no chance for St. Peter's to swing this. A Bob on the objective. No, not even on the objective. Gets knocked off. Won't prolong the inevitable. That's first round, 100-0 for UConn. Not the best start for St. Peter's, but they're going to more stable maps now.
Yeah, they wanted to play some Reinhardt there, but it looks at things. Of course, Reinhardt's never really gonna be a better pick than the Wrecking Ball and Lijiang Garden. It's just not gonna happen realistically. It's gonna be interesting to see if UConn change their approach. I very much doubt it because St. Peter's are playing a composition, right, where it's not fast enough to get onto any of these isolated targets on Connecticut, right? Their backline doesn't really have too much support. Disguise is kind of sitting on their own with the way that Connecticut are playing right now, and maybe if you had a Lucio on St. Peter's, they would be able to get after the honor, but it doesn't really seem that St. Peter's has a sort of plan with their composition. And again, looking at the swaps they're making, we've got a Diva and a Winston here, some sort of dive tank composition. I guess you can roll Winston. Over a May and a Dash, 2 DPS that you rarely see together because of their burst energy.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's not quite the rush comp, not quite 6-man either. St. Peter's, you know, they might have a plan, just depends on how they engage into these fights. And currently the engagement is taken in the backlines of St. Peter's University. It's Holstan picking a fight against Samo, who does have the recall, whittling down the health pool of Holstan. It does force the immortality field, and a beautiful anti-nade delivered by Helpful Fox as Nels picks up final blows. It's those dash resets and looks for more blood to spill off the point.
Yeah, I think St. Peter's are playing very disjointed right now, and I'm not exactly sure it's like a positional thing. I think it's just their composition does not work. It doesn't really function. We've got a backline, I think, of a Baptiste, a Mercy, and an Ashe, but they're unable to do backline things from afar based on their composition. They're trying to go in, I guess, roll with their tanks. I think that was Swoop as well. Ratch goes
There
down.
you go!
And too! I wasn't expecting that to happen, to be honest.
I mean, Kelp's basically just, you know, they're perfectly set up for that. There's no CC on the side of St. Peter's to mitigate that movement. Ratchet's now in the Cole Cassidy, which I think is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, that's a better idea. And of course, Ratchet now has a little bit more brawl potential. That even in the May, I would like to see Penguin make the swap onto the Cassidy, right? May and Cassidy are typically a very popular DPS combo at the high level.
Yeah, but, you know, and it's working out for St. Peter's University right now. They're playing into a Ergodic Flux, but the Valkyrie's going to keep them topped off for now. Helpful Fox is able to land an anti-nade, but only onto C Penguin. It's in insignificant instances of damage as St. Peter's surges towards the objective. Helpful Fox caught out in the back lines is going to get a little bit of support there from Samo. Reconnects to the main tanks for St. Peter's, who have captured this objective. They're going to start building progress, but they're not going to be able to hold it for long. Look at University of Connecticut drawing the Nano Blade and finding the fight win. You know, lose the battle, win the war here. They take back that point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the positive for St. Peter's is Connecticut, you know, they lost 70% and had to use the Nano Blade. So I guess that's a small positive. But St. Peter's, what do they have to come back and retake this? They've got a Bolt and a Self-Destruct. I guess those are two ultimates that are good at game controls and good at taking space, so that's a positive at least. That's going to be a little bit easier for them in this next team point.
Yeah, as well as those 2 eliminations that St. Peter's has scored off of a little bit of hubris here from the side of University of Connecticut. Still have the rally to fall back on here, however. I'm amazed that Helpful Fox hasn't died quite yet, and they continue to live until Ratchet finally finds the stun. There's that CC, the impact that we're talking about, but they're playing once again into a Gravitic Flux. Pulse Bomb doesn't connect onto Hunter, staying alive here in the corners. The rally finds a deployment by Tiz, guys. It means that this objective really, it becomes impassable by St. Peter's. That's going to be map 1 going to UConn.
Yeah, UConn have this nice and sealed. Their top 5 spot looks pretty good right now. 1-0 to UConn. I think it's time to talk about St. Peter's. I think we have to discuss, you know, how they bridge the gap between themselves and UConn right now, because St. Peter's right now are sitting in 12th, the last playoff spot, and they really don't look like a potential playoff team right now. And they need to bridge the gap towards Connecticut. How are they going to do that? I think stabilizing with their compositions and also finding some sort of play style, because it was really difficult for them to get into many team fights. I could only really count 3 major engagements from them across the entirety of Lijiang Tower.
As well, on the opposite side of things for UConn, who are looking to maintain their position in the standings, you know, they're also doing a little bit of limit testing too. You see a Helpful Fox in particular playing some pretty aggressive positionings and also getting away with some pretty impactful instances of damage. There have been a couple of really good Bionades dished out by them too. So you've got UConn kind of pushing the envelope here on exactly what can they accomplish by playing a composition that is absolutely conventional, but a style that's a little less predictable.
Yeah, no, I like that look on it. I guess this is a way that they can, I guess, try out new things, new engagement tools and tactics, like having a Helpful Fox in a more aggressive position for a biotic grenade. I mean, it's definitely not the most conventional way to play, as we were just saying,
Yeah.
but I definitely wouldn't want them to do that in a game against another top 5 team. Additionally, I think that is there is also the way you can take it as Connecticut, or, you know, they're memeing a little bit, they're having a little bit more fun with it, and I guess that's another acceptable approach in this sort of a sense, because you may as well have fun with this sort of series, because that's going to boost your camaraderie going into playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, all the teams at this point could use that extra energy, that morale boost, and you know, St. Peter's, they are absolutely no exception. I think the question heading forward, as you mentioned, the compositional points of intrigue there in their strategies is, you know, how do we enable each other to succeed? You often see the Reinhardt paired with the Lucio, the Genji with the Ana. I think in terms of composition, the question is, what are the best matchups, not against our opponents, but rather to support each other. Heading into our second map type, it is going to be the hybrid game mode. Hollywood is a little bit more stable of a map, in my opinion, than that control point game mode. It fosters a little bit more of that team play oriented play style, and so I'm excited to see St. Peter's bounce back from the more deathmatchy approach that they were kind of had to play into there on Lijiang.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real, Control is kind of an outlier compared to the rest of the game modes, right? We usually see teams, when it's a 3-1 victory or whatever, it's usually Control. That is the map that has been won. So, yeah, it's just a little bit more chaotic usually in favor of a chaotic playstyle. This is going to be a true test of what we're going to see from St. Peter's, but I'd also be worried because, as we said, this is also a more team-oriented map. Realistically, have we seen compositionally and playstyle-wise anything from St. Peter's that tells us they're going to have a better team game than Connecticut? Probably not.
Yeah, it's difficult to discern, at least for us in the booth at this time. I do already like St. Peter's University's composition, though. It's steps in the right direction for me. A lot of people shy away from, okay, they're Hunter's back on the Mercy, so plenty of damage amplification for the DPS heading into these fights, and it's a more poke-oriented style of comp. They can play as slow as they'd like here.
Yeah, no, this is an actual composition that we see here. Yes, it's 2 off types, but they're both good in sort of spam-oriented compositions. And this is going to be their goal. They're going to look to spam from afar. They're going to look to poke out at Connecticut and look to force them into positional errors
as well as they do have Hunter on the Mercy to equalize that man disadvantage. There's your CC onto Kel. They get slept, but are able to safely withdraw with those adaptive shields. And now the threat to contend against is Samo in the backlines, but without C-Penguin, you lose that one-shot potential. Ratchet's gone as well. No Helix Rocket to disrupt them, and a nice pile drive onto Hunter leads to a lethal instance of damage. That's a nice defense here right off the bat for UConn.
Yeah, pretty good. Nothing much to say other than St. Peter's really struggled to take space there. And yes, I like the double off-tank composition because it's good at spamming, but of course you're missing that main tank, which is a primary engagement tool. That's what main tanks are really good at. Winston has its, their lead. Wrecking Ball has the pile driver, just the grappling ball in general. Reinhardt has a massive shield, right? Let's look at it that way. Maybe they could benefit from a hero like Orisa instead of the Roadhog. I mean, you've seen Roadhog competitions in the past, the double off tank, and Roadhog has had to operate as that main tank, so maybe Sellout needs to take a couple more risks here on the Roadhog.
Yeah, quite possibly. Holston is going to end up on the D.Va as well. This is where, you know, you might see an adjustment to that Chaos composition, but Salon's coming close on that Whole Hog. They might want to see if they can find use out of it, but first you have to break through this aggressive formation that UConn is holding. Like I said, memeing a little bit or pushing the envelope, call it what you will, but currently they're the ones controlling space, especially with the Gravitic Flux coming out, helping to secure an elimination there onto Penguin, caught out from the rest of the squad. Now it's just clean up here.
Yeah, I think there is definitely a gap in quality between these two teams. I think that's pretty straightforward. Mechanically, Connecticut are more confident. They're more confident playing proactively, which is a big part of being able to play a little bit aggressively and have these more aggressive holds, like you're saying, like Helpful Fox. Literally, where you would assume to be the back line of St. Peter's, but St. Peter's are currently in the spawn struggling to get out.
Yeah, you know, and the thing that you've got to answer when you're in the situation St. Peter's is in, a little unfortunate, is, you know, for one, how do we prevent our main support from going down there? It's okay, you got another one in the bank here as Min is on that Ana, but you know, you just gotta compartmentalize your win conditions. You know, take care of one thing at a time. Eliminate Helpful Fox, because man, they are playing Zenyatta really aggressively, or maybe find that final instance of damage onto Samo. Unfortunately, neither of those win conditions have been met quite yet here for St. Peter's, still struggling to get out of the doors.
Yeah, I think this is where you want to take a little bit more space, and someone's really struggled to do that right now. They've got the whole hook as well, so they could, I guess, use that to some pressure some away and keep their honor alive right now. Unfortunately, none of those things are going to happen, and yeah, Connecticut are going to continue to get away with this in the spawn doors of St. Peter's.
Yeah, and you know, there's that enablement of each other that we briefly mentioned we'd like to see from St. Peter's, and that I've seen in spades from UConn is, you know, you see Samo go critically low, looking for that final blow onto Min, and then out of nowhere, Nels finds that critical hit finish. There's a rally in this hallway. It's also going to enable that really aggressive position and reward Connecticut with a Team 5 win. Gravitic Flux added on top of it. It doesn't connect to anything, but I don't think that's the point here.
Look at Helpful Fox right in the spawn. They're trying to go for the Yana. Has trying to get out if necessary, but wants to take the jewel. Can't take the jewel after the biotic grenade. Can St. Peter's even touch here?
No, they can't, and that Transcendence looks a lot more like a Moira Fade to me. Get out of jail free card for Helpful Fox.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah, who I don't think has actually died that round. A little insane to me. I'm a Zenyatta main, and I die off cooldown. I might need a clinic from a Helpful Fox. See if they can be helpful to me.
Yeah, I mean, why not just get a good main support like this guy is near you, right? He's going to protect you on the break. That's the idea. Get a good bridge here.
Yeah, there you
that's
go.
the plan.
I'll have to see St. Peter's. You know, they're confronted with a challenging task now. You mentioned that, you know, they have to perform a little bit better in these games leading up to the playoffs, and part of that performance is going to be, you know, fixing this map differential, right? And so now they don't have the opportunity to do that, though, right? You play as you do your damnedest just to get that full hold. You know, that's a net no value there on that map differential. But at least it might prolong the duration of the series.
Yeah, no. Sometimes in like more competitive series, remember St. Peters are kind of fighting to keep their playoff hopes alive right now. If St. Peters lose this game, by the way, Quinnipiac will be cheering. Quinnipiac fans will be very happy because they will make playoffs. So I guess for Quinnipiac, this is a positive result for Connecticut as well. But just to note, St. Peters are fighting for their life. Sometimes you have to play for that draw. On assault maps, you will see teams at a high level have to play for a draw, and they will use that to get momentum back on their side. St. Peters' composition again. Oh, I'm not a big fan of this.
There's some of it that makes sense, some of it that doesn't as much. At the very least, Sea Penguin will be an adept front line against the lethality that Hibachi represents, as well as that CC onto Kelp, who rolls through without proccing the adaptive shields, but also without getting any damage as well. They're gonna have to disengage here. Hibachi ends up going down as well. That's actually a really not a bad poke phase there for St. Peter's.
Yeah, that's pretty good. They managed to get their tanks involved in the fight. That's something they've struggled to do so far. Usually teams will struggle to get their backline involved in a team fight, but St. Peters have struggled to get their tanks involved. Their tanks were involved there, and they managed to get a notable kill at the start of this. Interesting Hollywood attack in Connecticut. They're struggling to set up an engagement. They're trying to help come around the back and get a power drive, and then the rest of the team are going to try and walk in.
Hey, there's a lot to play around that St. Peter's currently is running. There's Kelp under a little bit of duress. Tizguys ends up going down, but it's traded for Ratchet. Things could be stabilizable here on the defense. The Coalescence finds his commitment from Min Min, and there's a lot of shield break that has to happen on University of Connecticut, like you mentioned, struggling for an engagement, and that engagement is going to be delayed considering the freeze that was just dealt onto Kelp. No sleep dart, however, here remaining for Hunters. The Gravitic Flux comes out from Hibachi. There's not going to be enough follow-up. Samo ends up going down. I think University of Connecticut, they have to cut their losses, especially now that Sellout has employed the Bongo.
Yeah, I think I would like to see more of this double shield composition from St. Peters, and Ratchet's having a lot more fun here on the Soldier 76. Penguin is it though? Nice shot from Delsey.
Yeah, there's a good reason to push in the Coalescence to fortify that decision. It's a minefield on the objective, and the Gravitic Flux lifting Hibachi into the air, but there's also a Nano Visor on the point here for the defense. St. Peter's holding strong amidst the deluge of ultimates that have swept in from University of Connecticut. It's Samo struggling for a dual win here in the backlines of St. Peter's. Ultimately, he's going to have to disengage, but with Min Min going down, things are ever winnable here for UConn. They just have to play their cards right. Look for that engagement. Look at that devastating anti-nade onto St. Peter's. It rewards Tizguys with a double skill orb kill.
I enjoyed that. Manny on the point. Did that the ice bolt still? Because if so, this is kind of winnable. It goes down at the Blizzard kill on the Samo, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to get more potential on the point. No, Connecticut will take that turn.
A decisive start to the series here for UConn, pushing St. Peter's into dangerous map point territory.
Yeah, and this is bad news for St. Peters. I think the important thing for us and what we're going to judge St. Peters on in their season is, not this game. This game is a game where they're going to have to learn, and next week is the important factor, right? Next week they have a game to try and secure their playoff spot, and what they learn from this week is going to be so important next week and in the playoffs. So we're going to see St. Peters hopefully develop from this game. Even if they do lose, I do think that double shield composition suited them a lot more. They seemed a lot more stable, and of course, then they can learn the basics of that double shield comp and expand on that. Who's to say they don't have a chance at still making playoffs?
Well, at the end of the day, everyone on both these teams, they're gamers. And what do gamers do best? Well, they rise above adversity. So, we'll see if that can happen sooner rather than later here for St. Peter's rolling into map 3. Or maybe we just have to abide our time and be a little bit more patient for next week's match. Let's see where we're heading here for map 3. It's going to be our escort game mode, if I'm not wrong. And oh no, I'm sorry, it's the 2CP game mode. It's everyone's favorite map type, Volskaya.
It's my favorite map in the game, so I'm not having Volskaya slander right now. A little bit of Volskaya Industries. Now, I will say that for St. Peters, at least you can run some sort of double shield composition here, and I would like to see them give it a go. But also, dive compositions and Wrecking Ball compositions are pretty popular here. You're going to most likely see either Winston or Wrecking Ball come out of Connecticut, and usually double shield doesn't favor playing against those sort of compositions. So Unfortunately, it might be a bit of a difficult map and a difficult matchup for St. Peters, but I don't want to see them get disheartened. I want to see them continue to play with these spam compositions, play around with what fits. I do want to see that erase the Sigma time plan.
I mean, isn't that the tragedy for us in the booth, Ocean, and as well for all of our viewers? I want to see all these players do really well. Nothing warms my heart like being able to say, man, all 12 of these guys popped off this series. And, well, we're still waiting on some of those moments of stardom here on the side of St. Peter's. We'll have to see how they ease into that. On the other side of a break, we will be right back with you guys. And we are back. Hopefully you had a moment to grab a snack or a drink or lean back in your chair a little bit. If you're a UConn fan, you're definitely feeling a little bit relaxed at the potential outcome of this match. And, well, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'll tell you why, Ocean, is your boy Wings is stepping into the lineup. It's going to be Kelp now on the DPS role, and that main tank responsibility, it's all on the shoulders now of your boy Wings. Cannot wait.
Your boy Wings is probably one of the top 5 main tanks in EGF. I think we're going to actually see Taze later on, who I think is also up there. Taze, of course, on Maris. They're going to play William Nye after this. That's going to be a really interesting game. So Peter's swapping things around in the main tank role as well, as we see Hunter move on to main tank and Satellite go over to Baptiste. I would have liked to see them keep selling on main tank. I think it's always better to try and keep the same main tank. Your main tank is deciding who you're engaging on when you're engaging, so it's always a little bit concerning to see that sort of change, and I'm not sure it's the best change right now. As I head over to Ryan Zari, I think your boy Wings is going to have a lot of fun here on the Winston.
Yes, as well as a Helpful Fox already assuming an off angle and helping to find pretty good damage. Yeah, that's a finally connecting on the whole stand. Leads also to Hibachi Swat's ultimate charge and maybe padding their stats as well. A quick team fight resolution there.
Yeah, and Peter's making swap over to the Reaper. I'm not a big personal fan of that. I think the idea is probably to try and put pressure on the White Wings on the Winston, which isn't a bad idea, especially since you're also running with a Reinhardt. Reinhardt typically not the greatest. If this guy gets up here with the teleporter, I love this spot so much. This is kind of awesome.
This guy doesn't have to worry about movement. There isn't a lot of space to move around and just focus on aim there. Fall damage ends up coming into Overwatch 2, then this guys might have been in a little bit of trouble, but we'll have to wait for that to actually release. It's still more DPS action here from a Helpful Fox, as well as a nice connection on that Bionativity Penguin. Still gets the Mega. They're going to live for now. And, kind of like in the previous map, St. Peter's, they're just trying to find an answer for the aggression of UConn.
I would love to see mid-lane swap over to Lucio here. I would like to see how this Reaper and Reinhardt operate when they can actually engage and get up close to the rest of Connecticut. Because realistically, Hunter and Sea Penguin aren't able to get the value that the heroes are really there to do.
Yeah, there's a little bit of value there. Hunter's able to land the Shatter. Unfortunately, doesn't find that final blow onto your boy Wings. They're able to safely jump out of there. But hey, that's just another Shatter that you got to crew charge towards. Transcendence trying to save your boy Wings, but it's a timely one. Comes just in time for the Death Blossom. That means that Kelp is able to stay in this fight. Corrects the Photon Barrier, but might not have needed it. Still good insurance to have.
Yeah, that's mighty unfortunate for St. Peters. At least they got into that team fight. They got the Reaper involved, they got the Reinhardt involved, and they reaped the reward. No pun intended. Look, this is gonna be a rough go at it for St. Peters, and you know what's really, really bad is as soon as they kind of get through this chokehold that Connecticut are possessing right now, Connecticut's competition is better in and around the point of St. Peters, so it's going to have to be a really convincing fight win at the choke for St. Peters if they're going to get through and capture this first objective.
It's going to be hard to get through, though. There's a Gravic Flux that they have to navigate first. Ratchet is not able to endure there, and it's, you know, in any other matchup, it'd be an all-out brawl, but for St. Peters, it's a total disengage here. They're trying to just live for now, while point progress is attempted on the, by Holstan, but not going to amount to anything.
Reaper down. That's really going to be it. Just going to slow things down a touch here. We've seen a little bit of shenanigans this round from Connecticut playing a little bit more aggressive. What's kind of worrying is St. Peters haven't really been able to find a way to even like displace Connecticut's aggression, right? Not necessarily even burst through it and capture the objective, but actually stop the aggression of Connecticut. And that's something that we also have to think about, because St. Peters spawns right there. That's free healing right there. This should not be so free for Connecticut as far up as this.
Quite the interesting Photon Barrier there as well. It definitely frees up Kelp to just maintain this position. Connecting the splash damage of these orbs. Yeah, almost finds that elimination, but has to default over to the Mega. In the meantime, you have the duplicate committed by Holstan, but they're not able to stay in long enough to find that minefield kill. That's a massive flux there. Lifts 2 into the air. The rest of St. Peters is able to safely LOS it. Now they have to push to the objective, but Ratchet, under the duress of the Discord orb, might not be able to find that connection. The connections are all made by the hyperspheres, but the Shatter is going to land onto 2. Where's the follow-up? There's no one from St. Peters remaining here to find final blows off of that stun. It's going to be a full hold here by Yukon.
Yeah, and we've kind of feared the worst for St. Peters throughout this series, and I think that map was kind of done when they swapped their main tank and flex support around. I think that's always a bad sign for a team. Even if it's main tank and main support, right, I could get by that, because main tank and main support are kind of your more vocal members, at least in a traditional standpoint, because, of course, your main support dictates the pace, your main tank dictates who are we engaging on, when are we engaging on. That was a really worrying change to see, and St. Peters definitely hasn't benefited from that here on Volskaya. And also some of their hero picks, not great. I mean, I would love to see this get changed next week. This is what we're going to have to look at. It's impossible to judge St. Peters right now. They're playing against a team above their weight class. They're giving it a go, right? And I really like that. But unfortunately, they're unable to compete here. But next week when they're playing for that playoff spot, then we can maybe judge them a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what I do appreciate from St. Peters is just that, you know, it's a organized Overwatch competitive. It's a far throw from solo queue ranked, but you know, solo queue ranked, and you know, back before role queue, you wouldn't ever see any adjustments, any mid game adaptations. And St. Peters, well, they're not hesitant to make changes to try to shift the pace of this game, to make things more winnable, and that kind of initiative, you know, honestly, believe it or not, it is hard to find in some players.
And it feels impossible to find at some points as well, right?
Yeah.
It can be. It's a really difficult tool. There are teams that are tier 3, tier 2 plus, right, and that don't really have that designated leader when the going gets tough. And speaking of going gets tough, we've got a Bastion competition on the high ground.
Oh yeah, talk about tough here. Oh, a helpful Fox finds the final blow with a boop and then 2 environmental eliminations. That's a team fight win. That's a point capture. That is a map win, and also rewards UConn with the series. A decisive 3-0 for them in this matchup against St. Peter's. Definitely on pen and paper, they were the favored matchup, but you know, words and actions, it's they're different things. Definitely UConn putting everything into action.
That's some interesting positioning. I understand hugging the wall to avoid the bash shit, but why that wall? Why the one close to the water? Why the one close to the drink? We'll never know, and unfortunately we'll never get those answers. So Peters, I'm looking forward to seeing them next week as they try to clinch a playoff spot. It's not quite done and dusted yet for them, especially with that loss against Connecticut. Connecticut reaffirming themselves as a top 5 team.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, like we mentioned, you know, having an opportunity to really have fun in Overwatch. If you are having fun at the end of the day, what is it all about? And for St. Peter's as well, you know, maybe less about fun and more about those learning opportunities that we talked about heading into match. Next week we will see them put principles into action and see how they can again, overcome adversity. For now, it's a GG's to both teams. UConn, take a load off. You guys have earned it, and we'll be right back with a post-game interview for you guys. Welcome back from the break, everyone. That game is over, but the show isn't done yet. Before the next matchup we have for you guys this afternoon, we're here bringing you your post-game interview. Representing the forces of University of Connecticut is your boy Wings. Your boy, good to have you back in the booth with us. And how are you feeling after that relatively straightforward game?
And it's just feeling good. It's a good way to close out the season. You know, we had a really tough game against Wichita last week, and we managed to pull that out. So and just to come out hot again is actually pretty good for us.
Cool to hear. Cool to hear. So this season again has been pretty good for you, apart from the little stumble after the start of the spring split. Obviously, when you lost RuPaul / Pascal. But talk to me about the recent weeks again. That win against Wichita. Good time to get some momentum going into playoffs, right?
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of the split was a lot of just figuring out like who we were as a team, just figuring out where everyone kind of fits in. But I think, especially in the recent weeks, the attitude around the team and just the mood, I think's changed a lot, and it's really helping us. You know, obviously we got Ez, he didn't play today, but you know he's helped us a lot. I think Tiz guys has really gotten comfortable on the flex support, and I think it's just clicking at the right time.
Yeah, that's definitely a luxury to incur here for UConn. And you know, how does in terms of that that morale that you guys have been steadily uplifting, you know, who are some of the key members, or who plays an important role in helping to foster the culture that you guys have, you know, elevating your teammates so that they can play better?
You know, from ever since August when we all got together and we started playing together, I wanted this kind of image, but it's especially these guys, they're pushing it now. You know, these guys want it. It's not just like me telling them. Is like, honestly, I didn't play the first two maps, I didn't play the last scrim, but all I've heard is good things, and it's because these guys want to do it.
Healthy dose of competition in there to make things exciting. Absolutely.
All right, one last question for you, boy Wings. Playoffs is soon. You've already picked your ticket. You're already, I believe, locked down top 5 as well. So, you know, what are the goals? Can you go all the way?
I mean, I can't say anything really right now. You know, when we set off the season, I set a team goal of 12 or 13 wins. I think we ended 13-3. So, you know, that was the first goal. The second goal, I think we just need to play. Like, I'd love to set a goal, like, obviously, because you want to achieve somewhere. And, you know, I want to say we go all the way, but it's the beauty of like any game is you got to play no matter what. So
yeah,
we're going to take it game by game.
Yeah, compartmentalize those goals and just take it one step at a time. Eventually, that will lead you to the end of the road, wherever that destination ends up being. At least for now, the destination is hopefully a little bit of relaxing from you guys, or maybe more of that game time that you place so much importance on, and rightfully so. Before you depart from us this afternoon, your boy Wings, do you want to make any shout-outs? Anyone on your team that you want to elevate, or maybe there's a Twitter or Twitch we need to follow?
I'd just like to shout out, you know, my team and everyone who's been here. You know, we lost a couple guys after the fall, you know, who were important. You know, RuPaul really got us going. Evan really got us organized, especially once we figured out what we wanted to do this spring. Nels just cracked. You know, Fox, he's come in and he's basically embraced that role. He's fit perfectly. Sam, you know, I make fun of him a lot, but he's the hardest grinder on our team. Kelp's come in, done really well. Just, I throw him on anything, and he takes it and he runs. And then, I'm hoping I'm not missing anyone. Hibachi, you know, I told him, and this is why I like him a lot now, is I told him, come to the scrim, you're starting, and he said, understood, sir. But, like, these group of guys, you know, they've made, you know, school and all this stuff a lot of fun, especially it's been probably like 20 weeks because of the break and stuff. But, you know, they've made this year pretty special for me, at least, and have really helped advance, you know, Overwatch at UConn. We weren't a team before this. So it's just been really great. It's just shout out to all those guys. I love them.
Yeah, that is a heartwarming sentiment, and also a really good glimpse into that culture where we just enable and support each other. Thank you so much for those sentiments, and as well, good luck, your boy Wings, both on the grind and in future matches. We'll see you again soon.
All right, yep, see you.
That was your boy Wings of University of Connecticut, and as well, Ocean. That wraps up this first series of the day.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. Connecticut, congrats on at least sealing top 5. But the next game is going to be super exciting. We see Marist College, who are currently in second place, take on a good team with great identity in William and Mary, who's sitting third.
Yeah, that'll be an exciting.
begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College.
Our academic and applied esports program provides our competitive gamers a national stage to compete with other Division I universities. Our academic objective allows us to use esports to foster innovative, interdisciplinary connections.
Esports right now is an ever-expanding career field, and having the opportunity to showcase its many facets through education is really inspiring.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. Hopefully you grabbed a snack or maybe prepped a meal or just hopefully tuned into any of the other EGFC Overwatch broadcasts going on. But welcome back. As always, or as before, I am Lord Ethan, joined by Ocean Cass, and man, this is the matchup that we were both really looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, let's just introduce these two teams. I mean, Marist College in second place. They always have a unique identity about them. They're always very active, led by Taze on the main tank role, and William and Mary. Probably my favourite team to watch in EGF Overwatch. Slightly biased, but their backline is always really interesting to me. They run a great Brigitte Zen backline, and that might be what they're looking to use to open themselves up from third place to Marist second place.
Yeah, the best of both worlds from both of these squads, leaning into the meta and the relative power scale of all of the heroes, as well as fostering individual strengths. It's going to be quite the showdown here between Marist College and William and Mary, and really, it's anyone's guess as to who will emerge triumphant. For both of these teams, they're looking for the win here. You want to keep that number 2 or 3 spot in the EGFC. So this is probably one of the most competitive matches we're gonna see.
Yeah, it's also important for both of these teams to win because Connecticut won earlier. Connecticut, I think, is now mathematically in fourth with the win against St. Peter's 3-0 earlier. So these teams now in second and third are now scrambling to get a win together to stay ahead of University of Connecticut.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same maps that we see these two teams stage on, but hey, maybe we go the distance. We see all 5 of them played. Let's take baby steps though. Heading first into Lijiang Tower. We'll get to see a different set of sub maps here, hopefully. Starting off at least on Lijiang Gardens. Let's see what these teams want to do.
Yeah, no surprise coming out of William and Mary. It looks like it's going to be fairly straightforward. It's going to be a wrecking ball composition with the Zenyatta Brigitte backline. Rival is always a player to note because Rival is kind of the connector between these two parts and components of this composition, the backline and the front line. Of course, your front line's probably going to be maxed on the wrecking ball and unique, I assume, on the Tracer, but unique might opt for a 4 just because Unique's pretty good at that hero. And of course, when you're running this sort of composition, you need a bit of star power, and we will be looking to Unique for that star power. Marist, it's going to be a 6-man or just a standard rush composition.
Yeah, these are good compositions to run against each other, honestly, and already the first fight is broken out. It's an all-out brawl here in the middle of Lijiang Gardens. Taze ends up going down first. Bloodshed from a laundry aggro support gameplay. We love to see it, and it paves the way for the first fight win here for Marist College.
Yeah, no, I think that team fight, honestly, Taze goes down early, and then that team fight's kind of done. I think Taze was just trying to get some clear and get some ult charge, not realising the composition that William Mary was on, of the laundry and Luke just walk in, and that very potent backline, very oppressive backline is probably the best word to use. It just nuked Taze. So maybe better scouting is needed for Mary.
Perhaps, and definitely an answer for Alondric's Transcendence. They're coming up very shortly on it. Aren't going to be able to bail out Rival from getting demeched here, but there's still full manpower here for William and Mary, and Marist College is on the back foot.
Yeah, Marist, I'm a little bit worried about what I'm saying from them right now. They're a very active team. They like to play really aggressive. The problem is their fight setups aren't good enough. They're trying to get under the backline of William and Mary, but no one apart from Tangs is really getting in on the action. Maybe the EMP of Face Mist will be something that will help them out. So maybe they're just going to wait for that EMP to come out, or go in with Coalescence.
Well, there's the dive onto the back line, but the Molten Core is committed to buy back a little bit of that space. Taze goes down in the fray of battle. And look at that, Traders is out of mech as well, unable to proc that self-destruct. They're 10% off. Meanwhile, both tank ultimates online for William and Mary.
Yeah, no, this is not looking good for Maris, but they're really struggling in their fight setups right now. And of course, you want to be a proactive, aggressive team like Maris usually are. Your fight setups need to be a little bit better than this. EMP, the critical ultimate to note right now, especially since William and Mary don't have any support ultimates of note for this team fight. So, I mean, all pressure's on Face Mist right now. If it's a poor EMP, they're probably going to be punished by the tank ultimates that William and Mary have.
That's the thing about playing into this Chaos comp as well, is that all these targets play so independently from each other. But there's the group up, and the EMP connects onto 5. Alondri is finally eliminated from the ranks of William and Mary, and it's go time here now for Marist College. Rival hacked out, unable to proc the self-destruct quite yet, and you do have a bomb cast in the air by Traders as well. But the minefield on the objective from Max was mitigated briefly by the sound barrier from Thundercat, who does end up bouncing right back into that minefield. 99% now on the objective here for William and Mary, and they're staying strong in this fight. It's a stall fest now for Marist College, trying to buy a little bit of agency on this objective, partially with the Death Blossom, which gets rapidly shut down by that Discord and follow-up damage shot. Nice start here in control point for William and Mary.
Yeah, no, William and Mary played a really good round there. Nothing too out of the ordinary played from them in that sort of composition. I mean, they're playing the Tourbillon instead of the Sombra. I assume that's because they're not really looking to dive. They're really looking to set up a stronger backline with, of course, Alondri and Luke Lama. And then they're going to have Kneecap as well, though, chilling away with Rival. So they're just trying a really strong backline setup. And Max and Unique are good enough to do the frontline pressure on their own. They don't really need that Sombra in this sort of composition. The worry for me for Maris is usually their fight setups are a lot better than that, so that's something they're going to have to improve. And also, let's not judge Maris too much off of that round, because the reason they kind of got snowballed a little bit is actually because Tay just didn't scout in fight 1, went in for the dive for some cleave damage to build up the ultimate, and unfortunately just died immediately.
Yeah, and so things will definitely, maybe change here for Marist College. Already taking presence here on this objective, but are going to be susceptible to the engagements here from William and Mary. Sacrificing Kneecap for a pick onto Ulm. That's still a meaningful elimination here. Things are very winnable as Face Mist gets caught out as well. It's just William and Mary taking control of this point. They just got to find these final picks.
Yeah, no, really good team fight for me and I. Marist College were set up and in and ready to go. And again, I think this is just an unfortunate compositional matchup, right? Where, you don't really have anyone that you're going to be able to walk on other than Alondri. Alondri was positioned rather well that fight, able to get aggressive and get some good value Discord Orbs when the timing was right. That's when Max and Unique put enough pressure on Marist College to allow Alondri to have enough space to get in, provide those Discord Orbs, and those Discord Orbs were so impactful that just won the team fight for William and Mary.
Yeah, it's the find a kill in the feed that doesn't have Alondri's little nameplate next to it challenge. Difficulty level impossible, but things might be winnable here for Marist College. The barrage comes out safely LOS there by Marist College, but now they've got to work through the additional damage. They do get the point capture, and they're staying strong on the point for now, thwarting the off angles. Rival goes down. That's a really good pick to secure, and now it's Kneecap just fighting for their life here on the coast side. William and Mary are not out of the fight quite yet. Max will be coming up shortly on that minefield to take back the objective, and especially without the main tank presence here for Marist College, they are suffering just a little bit. Still have Ulm's Amplification Matrix to swing it with a pick onto Kneecap. That's a man advantage equalized here, but Max now equipped the minefield, playing into the Amplification Matrix. The Deadeye finds its use from Cloud, but William and Mary use their mobility to just LOS it.
Yeah, I think that's a good time to LOS it now. Maris only have their time called to it. So, well, with Sound Barrier, I think it might be a race against time to get that Sound Barrier online before Unique and Max come in with their next engagement.
Yeah, there's a lot of explosive potential here in this disruption composition that you have to contend with. As just find a way to pressure out that Pharah and mitigate her damage all at once. That's a tall task. There's a self-destruct and aggro push through the courtyard, leads to a shatter, as well as a minefield now behind them. Nice pin onto Rival there, but the rocket barrage is hopefully working. No, it ends up getting shut down, although Kneecap does get out with a tactical visor. Still a stabilization here for Marist College. The revive bringing a Laundry back in, but his picks come through for both sides. The question here that William and Mary now face is, do they disengage?
I think they have to. It was winnable there when Alondra had 9, but when Alondra is forced to back out and you don't have that Discord Orb, that fight isn't winnable. You'll notice with this Wrecking Ball composition, the fight, you can take it, this fight is never over approach. When your Zenyatta's alive and your DPS are playing aggressive in the opponent's backline, unfortunately, when your Zenyatta has to disengage, that fight is over. That's a weird kill. Faceless goes down, and that's going to be a big boost for William and Mary.
Yeah, that's a nice man advantage to start off with. A little bit of pressure off the supports for Marist College as well. It's another Deadeye committed by Cloud, doesn't quite connect, and the point is captured by Unique, just by themselves. They score an elimination as well, and now it's at 99%. That was a timely capture.
Yeah, this is an interesting team fight to kind of delve into, because Maris wanted to play active to not let the Pharah get any value, but they're playing in a space where the Pharah is going to get value. Just an awkward composition that Maris are playing right now against Pharah and Wrecking Ball, but they're making the most of it so far. Already on 99%. If they can get one direct team point, especially with Taze Shatter and O's Amp Matrix, this could be the moment where Maris just take this map or control point of Night Market.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long rotation here that they've got to navigate through. Walking into the courtyard, into a minefield as well. The Immortality Field is gone, and so is Ulm. There's your dreams of casting the Amplification Matrix shattered there, as if you were standing in front of an Amp Matrix yourself. And just like that, it's last teamfight territory.
All eyes on this potential kill on Traders didn't happen. Traders is going to be really important in this next one. Trader's job is just going to be deal with Unique, because Unique's got the barrage. It's going to be a difficult engagement. Here it comes.
Oh yeah, and most of it ends up getting mitigated as well. Ulm is able to connect to the objective. It triggers the overtime wick to count down, but there's so much damage that Maris has to fight through, and so much healing as well. They do get a capture on the objective, but the man advantage currently favors William and Mary as they rush the objective in protection of Alondra. Protect the president there, heads down, and William and Mary, it looks like they're winning this right now. You're still going to get a stall here from Marist College, a couple of frantic touches, followed quickly by their eliminations.
Yeah, William and Mary take map 1. I think that Night Market run was definitely a little bit more evident of where these two teams are. They are two top 5 teams, and that's just factual information from what we've seen from how good these teams have been this season. I think Maris just ran into some difficulties with their setup and scouting in the first control point of Garden. That's understandable. It's the first control point, first objective of the entire series. We'll let them warm up a little bit. Night Market was a little closer, but William and Mary, honestly, just played some good Overwatch. Alondra was able to get involved in the team fights. That's usually like the hardest thing to do with that Zenyatta conversation, and why a lot of teams struggle with it, is getting your Zen involved in the team fights. And Laundry was always involved, and Unique and Max really benefited from that.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, but you're absolutely right. Heading forward into the next maps, William and Mary, they might find a little bit more opposition against Marist College, who do have, as you've mentioned, a very strong identity in the EGFC. Heading into our next map, it is going to be Hollywood once again, and I think things play out a little less decisively than in our previous series. This is Lijiang Tower was the opportunity for both of these teams to kind of size each other up and see what kinds of devastation they're capable of. William and Mary have definitely put their foot a little further forward in that regard, but Marist College now has an opportunity to swing back.
Yeah, I'm comfortable and confident that Marist are gonna, get rid of some of the woes they had in map 1. I expect to see better fight setups. I expect them to play cleaner here on Hollywood, so I'm not really worried about Hollywood being a more team-oriented map for them. I think they did struggle in map 1, but they've got a good leader in Taze who's gonna bring them back. And I want to see Taze have more impact on this map. I really want to look towards that main tank value. because we're kind of seeing the backline of William and Mary. It's a really strong core, and then of course Unique and Max are kind of following it up. Rival and is kind of filling in the pieces, and that's what the Devo player in the off tank is meant to do in that composition. Not too flashy, that's why we're not highlighting Rival too much. But I really think a lot of this is going to be on Taze. Can Taze lead Maris and get a little bit more individual value to try and counteract William and Mary? Because William and Mary are sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you've got leadership in different places between these two rosters. Tace, you know, stepping out as a beacon of direction and being vocal in these communications, as well as on William and Mary. It's actually, you know, some of that is due to a laundry on the support lineup, helping to bring the good mental, the positivity, and as well, you know, their own sense of direction that they can impart on the support hero. It's an interesting look here, though, from William and Mary starting their attack.
It's like a hack fist composition, but they've got the Zarya and the Wrecking Ball. I'd probably prefer like a double bubble with this, but I can respect the hack fist. Maybe they're just skydiving for a bit. Okay, they're just going to swap back to their normal bread and butter. This is going to be difficult for them though, because Laundry's going to be facing a lot of spam from that high ground. How are they going to either get rid of that spam? Oh, that's one way to do it. Nice boom.
Yeah, really nice concussion blast. Is gonna remove Maris entirely from the point and yields an elimination onto Vocal. They had used the immortality field as well, but it's quickly demolished, and now Maris College has to play a really defensive position, utilizing some of those defensive utilities as well. So those are no longer going to be present in the mid fight as it breaks out. Full engagement here from William Mary, taking agency over the high ground, and now just looking for those additional instances of damage and kills. But Maris is backing up tentatively. They're looking to push back in, though. There's a lot that they have to push into, a lot of angles that they have to cover. The double shield is good for that. It's going to be Traders going on the off angle, looking to thwart Unique, who had defaulted over to the Mega. They're going to be confronted, however, by Max. Ends up getting stuck in that corridor. That's the last place you want your Sigma to get stuck in. And Vocal ends up going down once again. At full strength, William and Mary are free to continue capturing this point.
William and Mary do the basics of this composition so well. Max and Unique are constantly on the same page, and it really is a strong front line. The back line is great, it's really stable, and that's what enables them to be so aggressive and be so tight in the front line as well.
Yeah, really good ultimates accrued on really both sides here as well. The economy definitely favors William and Mary just a little bit more, but Maris College is, you know, you see that they put up a lot of resistance in that fight just from the fact that they're close to that to those dragons, that Amp Matrix, the Gravitic Flux as well. You know, not all of those combo, but you know, used at the right times, you're looking at a pretty straightforward fight win.
Well, one thing William and Mary, you know, that obviously sets them away from like the top tier 3 teams and the top tier 2 teams in Overwatch is their timing execution isn't that good, but it's been improving over the course of the season.
Oh yeah, there's the explosive potential we mentioned earlier as well. Unique coming in with 2 barrage kills, and hey, that was pretty well timed as well. Totally disrupts Maris College. They don't even have an opportunity to proc those ultimates.
You know, they had to do that as soon as I was talking about their timing being probably the weakest element of their game. That was brilliant. That was really good execution. Right, you know, I'll talk about their timing and execution being a little bit off at points, and that's probably why, you know, you'd assume this is around a 4.2k, 4.3k maybe average team. I wouldn't really go any higher than that, but that was a really good engagement. Simple pile drive into barrage combo. Pile drive into tap visor this time around.
Ah, poor Vocal. Let them play the video game, and they'll be allowed to, only for a brief moment. Kneecap is taken off the high ground, quickly brought back. It's now Marist helping to set the terms of the engagement with a couple of ultimates expended, but they have to continue spending if they want to chalk out a win with an elimination onto Almond Facebook. Things are very losable here on this second objective.
Yeah, this is done and dusted, I think. I don't really think it's going to be there for Taze and Vocal. One thing I've just kind of noticed is that there is no Thunder Kit in the lineup right now at all. And Thunder Kit traditionally plays every single map for Maris as the designated main support. So this is a concern for me, because I know that Thunder Kit and the Taze are probably the most vital points of this roster, and this is not an ideal snowball point for them. Maris, they need to work on slowing the pace of the game down. With no Thunder Kit in the lineup, that could be a difficult challenge. It's going to be on Taze with that Supercharger, and Traders with that Gravitic Flux. Those are the key ultimates, and if they can't slow William and Mary down, they're coming back from a long way.
Yeah, you know, it's the 4-minute full hold on Hollywood, and you know, it's just a little bit differently from the way King's Row plays out. You can stabilize that third point with a hardy time bank on the opposition, but on Hollywood, you know, you get a snowball. That momentum accrues pretty quickly. But there's both tank ultimates finally having an opportunity to be committed there by Marist College, they're drawing the line in the sand, saying, this is where we hold.
That Supercharger and Gravitic Flux, both of those tank ultimates are perfect. That's what we need from Taze. That's what I'm looking for. Taze is a great leader, one of the best main tanks in the league. They've just slowed the pace of this game right down. That's exactly what they need to do. Now they need to think about how they deal with the Elite's barrage, because they definitely know it's online.
Oh yeah, and that's not the only threat that they've got to worry about as well. Coming up on a couple of ultimates here, including the minefield. The barrage is going to start things off as well as the self-destruct, which gets 2. I'm lucky if I ever even get a self-destruct kill there. The minefield to zone out any stragglers from the objective, buy some space here for the cart to move into that final resting place here on third point, and again with a healthy time bank as well. Taze on the Winston is looking simply to connect to the objective, drops the bubble, and an amplification matrix is totally nullified by the defense matrix from Rival, and Alondri not shying away from the duel either. Nuklama ends up going down, but you know, hey, the Transcendence, that's all the healing that you need in this potential final fight. It is utilized to keep Rival in their mech, keep that damage output high. And in the meantime, the Discord's orbs are shredding through the collective health pool of Marist College as they attempt to hold this, draw out the time bank, but the man advantage simply doesn't favor them. And the Molten Core on the objective, well, that's a compelling reason to not touch.
5 assists in that last fight for Alondri on the Zenyatta. Really good Discord orb usage, that's all I can really say on that. Really good run from William and Mary. Marist had slowed the game down, and that was a really good team fight for them. Unfortunately, William and Mary had just come up with a really good amount of win conditions and had a really well executed team fight at the wrong time for Marist. I feel like this series could be 10 times closer if just a couple of tiny things went right for Marist. For example, you know, William Mary just not having those win conditions at that time on point C Hollywood after Taze's Supercharger. And then obviously, again, focuses on Taze. They didn't really scout on Lijiang Garden. If it was a different composition than William Mary rolled out on, Taze wouldn't have went down. Taze would have just got a bit of ult charge, and that would have been all good for Maris. Just a couple of tiny things going wrong for them, and the momentum just keeps snowballing in William Mary's favour. And good on them, because keeping momentum is quite difficult.
Yeah, on that hybrid game mode, it's you know, the 2 CP on wheels, as it's referred to by some players. There are some pretty serious defensive advantages that that teams will play into. Marist College unable to, unfortunately, tap into that potential, and William and Mary all set up to continue dictating the pace of this game. Look at that rush composition on defense. This is surprising to me.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this this composition from William and Mary. I feel like Taze and Winston should have a really good fun time here, but I'm worried about the way they're going to have to set the tempo here. I've never really seen Own play main support for Marist. It's always been Thunderkit, so they're under a lot of pressure to set the tempo as well as Thunderkit would in this situation, because otherwise Taze is going to struggle to get the value that they should get on that Winston.
Yeah, right now it's just looking for a target to engage on, but now the leap has to be utilized to get out from so much damage. Nice connections there from Kneecap to eliminate Face Mist, proc out the revive as well from Ulm. That's an important resource that won't be available in the mid-fight if this continues. And with an elimination onto Max, things are able to continue here for Marist College. They just have to kind of gather their wits and figure out who they want to engage on next.
I mean, it's go time now. They have to go. Traders is trying to get them all involved in the fight. They were looking at Unique on the May, which was definitely the wrong target. Who are they going to point on now? Probably the back line.
Oh yeah, Kneecap is the subject of ire from Marist College, and Nuke Llama quickly goes down as well. That's what you get for trying to help out a teammate. And now picks are rolling in for Marist College with the dive composition, able to decide when and how these team fights play out.
Desmond will be clipping that kill. If he has the duplicate for the next fight, I would hope that William and Mary make some changes soon-ish, and maybe they want to take one more brawl fight with the Matrix, as well as they've got Blizzard and Deadeye 2 DPS ultimates that synergize really well. The reason that is you can use Blizzard after Deadeye, because Deadeye is a really good ultimate at changing the team fight pace.
Kneecap, let them play the game now. They're not able to. Gonna get real familiar with those spawn doors. Rival losing their mech as well. That was a good commitment of the Nano there. The Valkyrie ends up expended as well, but you know, with the damage that Maris is outputting, I'm not worried about that ultimate charging back up.
Yeah, that's a really good team fight for Maris. Taze is starting to get into this series and getting warmed up. Really good early nano boost, good target selection, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do with that Primal Rage. Again, William & Mary still have those DPS ultimates when they come back. I would like to see William & Mary make some adjustments though, not just playstyle wise, but also compositionally, because I don't think that this Reinhardt combo is going to work against Taze's Winston.
We'll have to see what their answer is to start off with. Kneecap ends up drawing out the revive once again from Ulm, and now the fight is taken to the objective here by Maris College. The Deadeye is used by Cloud. It doesn't connect to anything. Nice defensive matrix usage from Rival. They're going to sacrifice their mech, as well as the immortality field is expended to keep them in this fight. Good Blizzard connecting to the objective. Totally zones out Maris College and rewards them with a freeze onto Taze, who quickly gets nano boosted back up to full HP. Face Mask in the meantime is wreaking havoc in the backline of William and Mary, finding connection after connection, regardless of which ability they're using.
Yeah, Face Mask just popped off that entire fight. Was it like to pop off? What does William and Mary have other than Rival? Maybe a couple of shots from Alondra or Kneecap to try and deal with Face Mask. You know what's weird? I actually think that William and Mary might be able to get another fight here. Traditionally, you would have suspected that would have been enough. Here we go.
Yeah, Beat's going to enable the aggression here, and Kneecap is looking for the Deadeye connection there onto Face Mist, but Ulm is going to be right back with the revive. Yeah, look at that. No downtime in Face Mist's proactivity in these fights, but you know, now you have to win the fight, win this objective. Taze critically low, has to get support from the rest of the team. Ulm's attention is going to be drastically important here, and most of that is going to be focused on the objective, on this fight happening to reward Maris College with that second point capture.
There we go. There's the changes from William and Mary. I think I just wanted to use that soundbar, get another team fight in, get some time off the clock. That makes a little bit of sense, but now it's time to see what the rest of this squad can do. Laundry gets early spawn. That's a little bit unfortunate. And yeah, the question now is, have they waited too long? Because look at those ultimates from Maris College. 6 ultimates. That could be enough just to snowball this entire point C. It's only Rival's self-destruct. I mean, they're going to have to hope for like a lucky kill from that one, maybe a well-directed self-destruct on the vocal. But otherwise, I think William and Mary are in a lot of trouble here. They don't have any ultimates, and I think this whole competition's too late.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And outplaying the defense matrix, the bubble. Laundry's unable to find cover against the Peacekeeper, wielded by Cloud. Rival goes down. The self-destruct, I think, ended up getting cast as well, but to no avail here. William and Mary unable to stabilize as the cart rounds the last corner of this map. Now it's just a straight shot to that finish line.
It's got to be all eyes on Unique, right? The star player for William and Mary, always the player in the kill feed. Can they get anything with this pulse bomb? There's no real other tools available, and we're fighting against 5 ultimates from Maris College.
Yeah, only the Nano was used in that last fight from Vocal, and now Unique pressured out of that engagement. Face Mist, however, says we're not done here and is looking for more. The rest of Maris College is all backed up as well. Taze used the Primal Rage just to knock William and Mary back just a little bit. There's some nice ultimate charge for Vocal as well if they're able to stay alive, but you know, the rest of the team is folding around them, making sure that Unique doesn't have a free angle to operate in. Face Mist is looking for that opportunity to use the duplicate, and the Valkyrie is already in use. There's the dupe onto the Diva, and they build a self-destruct here to end this fight, capture that third objective, and launch us into consecutive rounds. The Transcendence bails Alondra out of a bad situation, as well as they found Taze. All Vocal, all falling, one after the other, despite the self-destruct cast here from the duplicate form from Maris College. They're going to have to reset.
Wow. Alondra built that Transcendence so fast. Quickly. I think she was on like 25% at the start of that team fight. Crazy play from Alondra and Zenyatta, but you also have to question, why did Maris back up? They all were chasing Unique. I mean, surely you could just ignore Unique, go for the backline, get Alondra before that Transcendence is built. You had the ultimate advantage, you had the positional advantage, and now look at the time banks. Suddenly, what was looking a really good attack for Maris College looks pretty poor relative to William and Mary's time bank.
Yeah, it's definitely a luxury that Maris College is definitely missing out on just a little bit. Self-destruct cast by Traders there. It does connect to the turret, but a minefield. Now splits Marist College. They're unable to help Tace. That main tank presence is going to be absent as this fight continues. And we'll see if Marist College actually wants to continue it. Right now it's just kind of a poke war, but a poke war against the disruption composition seems imprudent to me.
Yeah, this is not a good look at Laundry, by the way. Get 60% nice on the boss bomb. That's a good start.
Yeah, absolutely.
What have we got going? Okay, it's going to be the nano boost.
Yep, it does elicit the self-destruct. Gotta break that bubble though first. No eliminations from Rivals Bomb. And William and Mary suffering both of their tanks now. It's all on the supports, and you need to make something happen. Wow. Yeah, Tace is gone, and the Transcendence from a Laundry is available in case William and Mary need it. It is needed on the objective to get that touch and help Max as they find themselves on the reverse end of a couple of CC abilities. However, the sustain now for William and Mary is incredibly strong. Nuke Llama on that Brigade is able to keep a Laundry alive, and a Laundry the rest of the team as well. Max rolling through. It does force the rally out of Ulm as the team fight continues to break out. The Molten Core is going to be committed. Helps to eliminate Tace. That main tank presence that Marist College is really wanting. It's gone again.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, although still has the Primal Rage. If they can make a touch, Tace is going to have to be the hero to create space for Cloud, Deadeye, and maybe Face Mist, Riptire, but right now, how do they break William Mary's support line? Nuke Llama close to that rally.
Yeah, as well as Max on that minefield. It's an attempted assassination there onto Vocal. They're going to get bailed out as the rally does, or is utilized by Nuke Llama. Look at that, the collective health pool bolstered by the armor HP, and the minefield on point goes unstunned. Vocal goes down, but there is an anti-nade on Max. They're critically low. Do we get a touch here from William and Mary? No, they've gotten the overtime wig going. They don't have a chance to lose this Hollywood map.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good team fight. Taze opened it up. Face Mist was the one that eventually took advantage of South Space. It's got two very important kills. Face Mist, a player that's standing up right now. We might have to have a look at Face Mist versus Unique later on. But Taze showed up in the last fight, and that's what's keeping Marist alive. But it needs to be done more consistently, because there are fights where their main tank, one of the best main tanks in EGF, not really disappearing, but isn't having the impact that Taze usually has.
That's an interesting, you almost want to call it a dichotomy between these two teams, where for Marist College, Tace and their comms and the investments that you make into them, like the Nano or, Brig Armor packs, a Xenorb, Discord, their target, those investments are your win condition for Marist College. Meanwhile, for William and Mary, they've identified that. They're like, Tace is their win condition. Deal with Tace, and the team fight, it just is easily dismantled from there. William and Mary is going to be doing that scouting composition here to start off with, but I'm hoping to see them quickly default back onto that disruption composition. It is so thrilling to watch that in action.
Yeah, and one thing that we just have to note is a Laundry build. How many Transcendences on point C3?
Yeah.
Pretty small amount of time, but around 4 minutes, roughly. That backline for William and Mary is an EGF winning backline, so we'll have to see whether that backline is able to win a championship when it comes to playoffs, and is it going to be good enough to finish off this series? Yep, and it looks like pretty standard. William and Mary, this is what we usually see from them.
A terrifying prospect for Marist College going up against Unique's Pharah, but terrifying damage dealt into Max, unable to get the rollout to disengage entirely, and William and Mary totally backs up here. Unique is going to end up on that Tracer.
Yeah, I think Max went in like Unique was on Tracer, like that frontline support was going to be instantly there. Unique was not placed to get any value on the Pharah when Max went out on the Wrecking Ball to engage, and that's what led to that fight. One going the way of Marist College, but that's 40 seconds off the clock and only 90 seconds or so left for William and Mary. It's enough time to build up maybe one good, strong ultimate point, but that's really it.
Yeah, it's definitely a pressing situation that both of these teams are in. Max is already down those adaptive shields as well, so the engagement uptime is going to be slightly reduced from the super tank for William and Mary, who ends up going down early this fight as well. However, a trade onto Cloud makes things stabilizable here for William and Mary on their attack, but they're not yielding the high ground quite yet. Just like their first attack round, they're just kind of waiting for the opportunity to really engage on a target. But how do you engage without the Discord Orb? A Laundry goes down, and the Pulse Bomb connects onto Nuke.
I think that's a good time to lose the fight. Can they get out in time? Oh, never mind. I think William Mary wants to pick here. I think it's wise to back off, though. Try and keep your players alive. There's only 40 seconds left. And those are some good picks now. I think you just wait for Unique, and Max comes in as well. This is going to be all on the William Mary front line. What can Unique and Max do right now?
Yes, but Transcendence Online for Alm. The Immortality Field is used as well. Won't see that come out unless the mid-fight lasts quite a bit longer here. Supports for Marist College are under a lot of pressure to make sure the team stays sustained on this objective. Max has to go back to spawn here as well. We're looking at a potential full hold here from Marist College, equalizing up the series, especially with an amplification matrix and a minefield. The point is a dangerous place to play here for William and Mary, who have no choice but to engage. But Rival is demeched. There's not going to be point presence on this objective, not for the attackers, and the Molten Core is going to go partially mitigated by traders and demolished by Cloud's High Noon. There are safe patches to play on this objective, especially now with the minefield as well. Traders utilizes the self-destruct to clear the objective of the attackers' constructs. Taste goes down after being discorded and stunned. That's lethal damage now, and things are winnable for William and Mary. The call is to push onto the remaining targets of the defense. Discord Orbs helping to eliminate Cloud, and the rest of the kills are just going to continue rolling in regardless of the stall. William and Mary clutch it out.
Yeah, we talked a lot about laundry this entire series, but Nuclear was the star there in that last team fight. Gets that rally built up. It was a race against time and saves William and Mary from a disappointing Hollywood, and they go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, disappointing is, that is kind of the word for it, isn't it? And, you came so close to that full hold, so close to the draw, and just at the last second, unfortunately, you lose it. It almost plays out like the second point of a 2CP game, where just at the end of the fight, they all sink a bunch of ultimates, and next thing you know, that second point is captured. We'll have to see if Marist College can come back from this, or if William and Mary are really intent on making this a quick 3-0, which would absolutely devastate us here in the booth. But to recover, we're going to send ourselves on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a close 2-0, actually, I think, Ocean. And heading into our map 3, Volskaya Industries, this might be the map to end it all here for this matchup.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this map in particular. This is my favourite map, and my two favourite teams in EGF. Don't tell anyone, I'm a little bit biased. But anyways, this is again going to be really interesting. Another map where the main tank is extremely important. You're typically going to be playing Rainbow or Winston on this map, but again, there's a lot of high ground. So you're typically going to be more dive orientated, and Taze is going to show that Rainbow as well. Excited to see how they get the impact on that. And Thunderkit is back in the lineup. I'm glad to see that. I feel like Maris did lose a little bit of identity in the last map. I think they played well, but I think they lost some of their identity without having Thunderkit and William Mary. Again, we're just going to see them scout for a little bit.
I'll tell you what's interesting to me is that William and Mary have kind of, maybe they haven't entirely done it themselves. Marist College definitely opting for this direction of their own volition. But William and Mary have forced Marist College into a position where they have to mirror this disruption-style composition. I have to wonder if that's going to end up being a weakness here for Marist on their defense.
I think it won't be too much of a weakness just because I've seen Taze on Wrecking Ball before, and Thunderkit's a pretty good break. But it is definitely interesting to know. And I'm also curious to see Face Mist on the Tracer. I'm not sure we've seen them on that so far this series. So how can Face Mist stand up to Unique in the Tracer battle is going to be really interesting on both sides.
Yes, absolutely. As well as the Side Scan matchup, Kneecap on the leg 76 and Cloud on the Ash, both with their own aspect of mobility, one verticality and one horizontal. Quick movement, in and out engagement, guerrilla warfare style gameplay. But right now, both teams are just, again, in that poke phase, trying to scout out and see if they can secure an early final blow.
Yeah, no, Alondri and Nuke, Lawman, Rival, and Co have worked their way up to this top left high ground, a really optimal position for Volskaya points out. That's a nice move, though.
Yeah, that is not an optimal position here that Kneecap is now forced into. But hey, they're going to own that angle. Still no bloodshed on either side quite yet. It's, whoa, I'm going to eat my words. Didn't realize I was hungry. There's blood spilled on both sides. But I wouldn't say that this is an equal trade, Ocean. You've lost Cloud for Marist College, but you traded for Max, who can re-engage relatively quickly.
Oh, Alondri goes down though. That's an important kill from Face Mist when we were looking at Face Mist to stand up to Unique in the values that Unique's getting. That's a really important kill. No more Discord orbs for William and Mary.
Yeah, and just a little bit of that sustain cut as well, but it is that Discord orb. And let's talk about sustain. Marist College proccing the Transcendence in the interest of keeping themselves alive. Ohm is also going to be able to top off Trader's HP. Unique under the duress of the Dynamite. Are they going to be able to make it to a health back in time? Yes, there you get to the supports in William and Mary's lineup. God, this support gameplay, I'm loving it.
Yeah, no, I actually just want to point out a little difference in that first team fight. You saw Taze got that boot onto the Soldier 76, which was a big opener for Marist College, and then Max went down a couple seconds later, so Taze really starting to prove that they're one of the better main tanks in the league.
Yeah, and space created that is capitalized on as well here by Marist College. They're going to stay strong in this defense, and finally, William and Mary are totally thwarted out of that angle they were maintaining.
That's 2.5 minutes gone. That was like one really, really long team fight we've just seen.
Yeah.
And yeah, 2.5 minutes are gone. William and Mary, for the first time in this series, look a little bit lost. Unique has not got a kill in this round. The star DPS player for William and Mary has barely been involved. And, I mean, it's not like the backline weren't getting the Discord orbs off. I think that Face Mist is doing a really good job of challenging Unique. And I think Taze is doing a really good job of challenging Max as well.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Those angles are so important to remain marked and maintained. You see, your observations reflected in the ultimate generation for both of these teams. There's Face Mist with the deployment of the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't quite land on anything, but that's okay. You got plenty more destructive ultimates here in the Minefield and the Self-Destruct. As the Visor going to be starting off this real team fight here. Quickly yields the high ground, however, can find a blow onto Face Mist and Taze. That's the opening to the fight that you really wanted to see here if you're a William and Mary fan, taking agency over this fight and progress on the point.
Yeah, there's a really important team fight for William and Mary to win. Obviously, they would have, been full health if they didn't.
Yeah.
Of course, as soon as I talk about the front line of Marist stepping up to the first two to die in a team fight to attack Visor, but that's just unfortunate. Casting curse and all that. William Mary clutch up there and take point A. What are they going to look for to be the opening in point B and look to snowball here on Volskaya? I think it's going to be the back line and how those ultimates are used. They can play a bit more aggressive on Laundry and Nuclear because they have got those support ultimates as well. It's kind of a safety net. So, all eyes on the William and Mary back line as for one.
Dual self-destructs cast here. Rivals eliminated during their projection, though. The Transcendence is still traded in the process. That's not too bad, and the Bob is committed in the choke. You know, the fight was already partially won, but that is a nail in the proverbial coffin for William and Mary.
Yeah, but I think that Bob did not need to be spent. And look at the ultimates. No, I would say that there is a small, very minor advantage to William and Mary, and again, it's those supports. So it's hyping them up in the last team fight, hyping them all series long. They're a big, stable part of why William and Mary wins games and why they're currently in third place in the league, looking to take Mary's second place if they win this series as well. So we can see what value Nuke and the Laundry get in this team fight.
We'll have to see that Transcendence and the Rally is online. Rally no longer, but at least the armor HP is going to keep this fight alive for quite a while. Now, though, it does elicit the matching Rally from Thunderkid. Transcendence utilized from Alondri as well. This team fight is bound to be a long one. If William and Mary struggle to find picks, but with the Discord Orbs, that is not something you have to really worry too much about. But Cloud on the high ground and the minefield on the objective. It's a lot of trades here in terms of resources, in terms of manpower, and the respawns definitely favor Marist College, but if these eliminations are secured quickly enough for William and Mary, then they're looking really good to take the second objective. Watch out with that minefield from Taze. Unfortunately, doesn't end up going through, and the self-destruct from Rivals online to buy themselves a second. Oh no, the minefield did come in, and it gets Thunderkit as well. Max, however, is out of the lineup. Still a tick of progress accrued. 61% is not bad for that fight. The fight might not be over here yet. Look at this re-engagement here, starting off with the Tactical Visor. The Bob is back online. I guess that's the benefit of expending that ult as late as Cloud did. They able to build up another one really quickly. The Transcendence wasn't online for the Visor, but it is online to buy a little bit more time here for Marist College on their defense. Draw out that tank bank possibly into overtime if they can get continued touches and sustain. Hard to do that when you're down both supports here. They're going to be respawning. Olm on the long walk. Thunderkit is getting a little bit of a rest time here, and Pick's still rolling in here for William and Mary. They're just it's just a matter of time until they find the capture of this point. Another rally online for Nuke Llama. Oh man.
Yeah, now the backline for William and Mary is always getting now. It's best time to talk about a member of the backline that we haven't really talked about, our rival. I did mention, earlier in the podcast that rivals are going to be talked about too much. They're just kind of the connector of the two important parts of William and Mary. That's the front line of Unique and Max, and the back line of Laundry and Nuke Llama. And Rival's been sitting there doing a quietly great job getting Alondri and Nuke Llama into these impactful positions and did really, really well in that last team fight. When Max went down, William and Mary did not really have an engagement tool until Rival steps up, gets Kneecap into the fight with that Tactical Visor, and that opens everything up in that last team fight for William and Mary. So Rival standing out in in that last team fight, and Divas are not the star of the show in this composition that William and Mary are playing. So that's really impressive from Primal. Marist, I like what I'm seeing though. On the mirror composition, they look really comfortable. Tying the fierceness, starting to get more value, and I do think they look a little bit more confident in taking aggressive engagements when Thunderkit is in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing, or rather, it was a refreshing change of pace here from William and Mary, in particular on that second point attack, is just seeing Max and Unique finally find that synergy that you so desperately need on that Tracer Wrecking Ball matchup. But, Face Misk and Tace, they've been pretty consistent for really the entire round so far. Can that consistency be maintained to make these 2 points very quickly captured?
Now, what's really interesting here is Kneecap was going away from the Soldier 76 and went over to the Torbjorn here. Now, the question is, can Taze and Face Misk still get the volume they were getting with the added disturbance of this Torbjorn? It's not like a game changer. Torbjorn's a pretty immobile hero, so the Wrecking Ball and Tracer are still quite good to them, but the turret is really irritating to deal with. So can they still get volume with that extra irritable turret?
Yeah, nothing to wear down the mental like just constant damage streaming into you, or tons of damage being committed into Max. That was a life-saving adaptive shield that they were able to proc, and it's not a bad start of the fight here for William and Mary. They're going to stay stable for now.
Yeah, that's solid, Unique, really important kill on again, Unique is always that player. William and Mary, their back line is great and can do whatever they want, but they also need a player to, win team fights, win matches, win series, and Unique's always been that player for them. That was an awesome kill on
And you see as well, Max is Max is marking Face Misk as well. So Unique, if they go unmarked, there's a disparity there between the two tracers. I'll tell you who's marked though is Kneecap going down with a little bit of assistance from the Discord or from Olm staying engaged in this fight, but Face Misk, there's that pesky turret coming into play there for the defenders. Max still ends up going down. Hyper aggression here from Marist College suits them very well as they look to take the fight elsewhere. Not onto the objective quite yet though, onto the next priority target, which has to be a Laundry slinging Discord orbs and also a lot of destruction here into the midline for Marist College. Under a little bit of pressure, but that's why you have Nuklama in the lineup. But how can the shield protect you from a Deadeye? No! A Laundry ends up going down 90% to that Transcendence. Things are looking a little bit more dreary here for William and Mary as they struggle to maintain positions of power, positions that they can engage from, and you can't engage without Rival in their mech and Unique out of the lineup. It's Marist College's point to take.
Yeah, that was a really good team fight from Maris, really well calculated. They identified they wanted to go on to the 2v1 first. They set up a really good engagement onto Kneecap, and I think that's something I just want to draw attention to. We're seeing William and Mary run the 2v1 in this composition. Usually you'll see at the highest here, you'll run a Sombra. 2v1 and Sombra kind of the same role here. Sombra and 2v1 are here to disable certain parts of the ball, tracer, mirror, and 2v1 of course is turret is really good at disabling Tracer, but Sombra's just better at disabling things in general, and also is a little bit more mobile. That's why Sombra's favourite at the higher level, but it is good to see that William and Mary have the understanding to know, well, instead of the Sombra we can run the 2v1, they both do the disabling role quite well.
Yeah, it's a nice little identity for William and Mary, and I'll never complain about the engineer getting a little play time here, coming up close on that molten core. It's gonna be influential against Thunderkit's rally. That lava, it just burns through armor HP. But careful, there's more ults on the side of Marist College here as they storm the objective and look to win this fight. Pulse Bomb was deployed there by Face Misk. It does force the Transcendence out of a Laundry. The minefield as well, cleaving the point in half. A lot of space to manage here for Marist College. More ults on the objective, and Rival ends up going down during the self-destruct cast. There's a man advantage. Bodies on the objective here for Marist is going to increase the respawn timer for the defenders if they're not able to touch and score a couple eliminations. There's the molten core coming into play. Is it getting eaten? No, some of it lands on the objective, and a pulse bomb from Unique is going to not quite connect, but that's okay. That's why you got the little pistols there for Tracer. At 95.8%, you'll see William and Mary stabilize.
Ooh, that was a close one. I thought we were going to see a little bit of a snowball action there.
Yeah.
William and Mary do well. And Kneecap, a player, we don't really talk about William and Mary. Not the most vocal point of their roster, but a very important beast nonetheless. Fills in the gaps of this roster. Did really well with that molten core in that last team fight to kind of rescue them. And that's something that William and Mary also have a lot, right? They have this thing where Rival rescued them on the last attack there on their Volskaya offense. They had Nuklama with a game-saving rally on Hollywood attack, and there we just see Kneecap with a really clutch play on the defense here on Volskaya.
Yeah, and, that's the other thing about that turret is that it helps with that molten core generation really well. But the turret is going to be the focus here of Marist College, clearing it off the point, and now they have to contend with a minefield as well. Traders are going to use the self-destruct to clear it, as well as clear Kneecap off the point. No more ultimate generation for them. Pile drop on the high ground leads to a stun, and Transcendence sacrifice from a Laundry to make sure that the tanks for William and Mary are able to stay engaged in this fight, build up their next ultimates here, coming in with a rally as well. Nuklama bolsters the defense, and Thunderkit mirrors, but it might be too little avail. Cloud still able to take out Rival, and there's a yield of the objective from William and Mary.
Yeah, wow. I think Unique just got to stick to the post bomb as well. This is really unfortunate. This madness of a series between two titans of the EGFC. Number 2 in Marist College. William and Mary, who are currently 2-0 up in this series, currently sitting third. And this Volskaya has been very, very interesting as Marist, with Taze leading them in, have a 1 minute and 20 second advantage on Volskaya Industries after the first 2 attacking rounds.
I mean, looking at that time bank, that 1 minute 28, it's everything and it's nothing at all. And I think it all depends on how much more quickly William and Mary are willing to play on this second attack round of theirs. I think that that's the big thing that I really want to see. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big proponent of playing slow, waiting for your enemy to make a decision that can be exploited, but I think we need to see more proactivity from William and Mary on their attack. That's what we got to see from Marist, and now it has to be mirrored, just like these comps.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mirror game. It's an exciting match between two really good teams. I mean, what more can you want? Unique. Face Mist are now starting to go at it. Face Mist has stepped up later on in this series. I didn't really see Face Mist on map 1. Map 2, we saw some good plays on the Echo, and now Face Mist is truly going head-to-head with Unique. Kneecap's starting to get involved. This is just a really good game of Overwatch. I'm not usually a positive person. I'm usually quite critical, but I'm really enjoying this.
There's a lot to be positive about between both these teams. The level of engagement that all of the contenders have in this series is really, really good. I wish I could say that engaged in my ranked games, but the engagement has to be ramped up here for William and Mary going on the attack. They're going to head to that familiar angle. The pile drive ends up disrupting the coach from Cloud, so a little bit of a disadvantageous position that the hit scan for Marist College is playing in, but Marist College, they've got the mobility to re-engage onto William and Mary, just waiting for that grappling claw cooldown to come back online here from Max, but Kneecap looking to put in work on the leg 76 in the back lines of Marist College, now knocked off of the high ground. Dynamite and follow-up damage from Cloud is going to start this fight off with a man advantage, but Nuklama ends up getting environmentally eliminated. 76% to rally. That's so unlucky for William and Mary, and they're going to have to just fight for even a little bit of objective progress. Hard to do so, though, when you're down all of your members, and Marist College has a rally online.
Really good defensive run from Marist College. William and Mary have a tough task if they want to avoid losing for Sky Industries. And Marist, nothing wrong with that defense, just perfect. William and Mary's attack, a little bit to be desired. I don't really think they ever really had an idea what target they wanted to go on, or were unable to set up some sort of dying onto a target. It was just a poor attack, and one of those moments that William and Mary just didn't play their absolute best, but Marist capitalized, played a really solid defense, and now William and Mary, tough task to avoid losing Volskaya Industries. 2 minutes 28 for a tick of Volskaya Point A, and Marist will claim their first map of the series.
Not only is this matchup a clash of the titans, as you've expressed, Ocean. This is it's also a little bit of a clash of styles here. It's that age-old question. Organized Overwatch is, which one? Dedication to strategy or commitment to mid-game adaptations? I think that Marist read William and Mary like a book there, understanding that William and Mary on their attack wanted to play towards that left side. I think that they could have gone top right, just like Marist did on their own attack round.
Yeah, no, I've always seen William and Mary make that top left rotation. It's just something I guess they practice all the time, and I think that's something they also need to, kind of think about in the future is, we can make a different rotation to get the same value, right? We can get our Zen up top right, and that's still an impactful angle. There are more impactful angles than just that top left of the Sky Industries.
Looking like a scene out of World War II there. The turret in the bunker, going to be a little bit difficult to break into, but at least that chip damage isn't going to come into play until a fight takes place on the objective, or maybe into the back corners of this high ground. You do see Marist College opting for that top right position. It is a defensible location here for William and Mary, but they're going to quickly rotate out of there. Max drawing a little bit of ire there from Marist College, and is finally ready to engage here with Unique, but a whip shot is going to discourage them from pushing that.
Rival was really keen to stay with the back line, and it means Max is under so much pressure to touch the objective, as is Unique. Rival has got to get down and touch, but Nuklama has now got so much pressure to keep the laundry aligned.
Yeah, and without that Diva mech, point presence is really going to suffer really for both sides now, since Marist College has just lost Taste. But part of that point presence is also going to come from that support lineup, the sustainability. Rival now back in mech, kept alive all that time by the Inspire passive from Nuklama. It was leading this lobby in terms of rally generation. Is going to be able to help clean off this fight before getting cleaned off themselves. Look at that, just in a matter of mere moments, Marist College has swung this fight back. They're going to get that first tick and get that first point in the series.
Yeah, first map for Marist College as they look to try and bring us into a reverse sweep scenario. Look, I told you Marist were good. They just needed Taze and the rest of the team to show up. I think the Thunder Kit had a really good map as well, because they subbed Thunder Kit on it for Hollywood, brought them back in, for Volskaya Industries, and I thought it really helped them a lot. I think Thunderkit, similar to Nuclear, is one of the better Brigs. I think these are the two best Brigs in EGFC, and I think that Thunderkit was able to help with a tempo mismatch that we saw in Hollywood.
Yeah, it definitely. You know, we talked several times about the support lineup for William and Mary, but yeah, Thunderkid on that support role. You know, there's a pretty compelling reason that you've mentioned them being in the lineup as also being important. You know, a part of the recipe for success here of Marist College, managing a really aggressive and efficient attack, as well as a really good defensive hold of those of both of those objectives. So you know, this is the time for both of these teams to come alive. Marist, in the interest of reverse sweeping this series, and William and Mary, and to not prolong the well, what they hope is the inevitable.
I mean, this is just two really good collegiate Overwatch teams with good identity playing against each other. It's what we want to see. William and Mary's backline's been good. Marist started to play a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive, which is good for them. This is usually how they like to play, and we'll see if they can keep it up on Route 66.
Route 66 is an interesting one. You know, I feel like Route 66 offers a lot of flexibility in terms of strategies that you could run. You know, often you see the double shield utilized on defense. You can run the dive, or you know, if you really want, you know, double bubble composition. But typically on that third objective, you see the strategies kind of begin to devolve into a more brawl-oriented play style. I don't anticipate William and Mary, I'm going to phrase it like this, but I don't mean it, sinking to that level. I like the intricacy of the disruption comp. I want to see more of that really thoughtful gameplay come in to help William and Mary either succeed, or if Marist College decides to mirror that composition as they did on Volskaya, for that to help influence their victory as well.
I'm glad that you're also on the same page as me, as I'm a bit of a Brawl Comp fan. I'm not the kindest towards Brawl compositions. I'm a Winston enthusiast as well. Right? I like Double Bubble. I like my Zenbreak backline. I like my Wrecking Ball comps. That's what I like, okay? And I hope that these teams stick towards the mirror matchup. I think it was a really exciting map of Volskaya.
Yeah, and you know, this map is absolutely going to be no exception here in terms of things to look forward to. It's going to be Marist College now opting for the attacking round first. For William and Mary, this is not a bad position to be in. They get to test run this, or rather refine their defensive disruption comp, as well as see exactly how Marist College wants to approach the escort game mode. It's a far throw from how you might play Assault, and considering William and Mary's success on Hollywood, I think that they are in an advantage here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, because William and Mary, I think it's the first time they've defended first that we've seen in the last couple of months. It's always been William and Mary attacking first, so this is going to be interesting to see how they approach their defense. Will they be a little bit more passive, or will they want to press onto Marist as they approach this first corner? Just positionally, it looks like they're going to try and invite Marist College in and then pick their moments.
You know, the targets to aggress onto, though, are a little bit limited here for Marist College. Ulm under the watchful protection of Thunderkid, and you know, traders, you know, would be exploitable if they didn't have Cloud behind them. Already rapidly taking this high ground position. It's not bad to hold against the gas station, but Max is under a lot of pressure here from Face Mist, looking to chase them to the ends of the earth to find that final blow. Taste will be able to successfully disengage and roll. Max will be able to disengage and roll right back into. Tons of damage. Marist College successfully getting that first pick, and currently they're advancing the objective uninhibited.
This is the first moment I've kind of realised in this entire season that Max is struggling to figure out what he wants to do on this wrecking ball. There's a couple of moments on Volskaya and a couple of moments in that first team fight there, of Route 66, where he just isn't really doing anything, just kind of rolling around on the wrecking ball with no purpose.
Yeah, and you know, it's Max will have time to figure that out. They're sent right back to spawn again. You know, you might want to engage on traders, but Cloud is right there, and they're coming up on a Deadeye as well. It's going to be the Gravitic Flux that helps Marist successfully capture this first objective, though.
Yeah, this is a good first capture for Marist. I think Nuclear was going to get a kill on the traders. It's not really going to matter too much. Minute and a half to take point time. Marist College will be extremely happy with that. William and Mary I think just a quick minute or so of a slow-paced team fight would be nice for them to figure out, okay, how do we get Unique and Max back involved in this game? Who are we going to target? Are we going to try and isolate Kai? That would be a suggestion for me, right? That backline is always going to be pretty well looked after at Kai. On the Cassidy could be a player that might be easily isolated. That's an idea. But maybe they'll go for a different approach. I just think that William Mary need a little bit more direction right now.
Look at all the tools that Marist have to be responsive. I mean, Cloud has their flashbang, but also is equipped with a Deadeye. You're looking at a Pulse Bomb and Minefield. That's a lot to play into. Max is definitely feeling the brunt of the damage right now, trying to engage upon Cloud, but unable to successfully find that final blow. It is going to be Taste Minefield that opens up this fight here for Marist College, but straight to 4 face miss in the process. Taste ends up going down as well, despite the rally being procced here. I'm sorry, the Nuke Llama actually procs the rally, and Thunderkit responds in kind. There's the Deadeye on the high ground, safely zoned out. Are the supports of William and Mary now? Marist can just push onto them. As the trigger is not pulled, it's going to be the stuns that find Alondri out of this fight. Max is still able to commit the minefields as well as the tactical visor coming up on the high ground. It's going to whittle down that armor HP for Marist College, maybe slow them down just a little bit, but it's not going to halt their aggression.
Yeah, Traders is actually having a really good map on the side. We're controlling areas of the map that ideally William and Mary want, like this top right high ground currently on this bridge, and then they're just going to completely take B-Cam out of this team fight as Kay gets involved as well with a kill on Survival. So, pretty good for Marist College. William and Mary will probably have one more team fight, but nothing really to work with, and if Max or Unique go down, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and Nuke Llama ends up going down. Really, that's a brutal loss to endure here for William and Mary, and they're also having to walk out of a choke that's very difficult to get out of. You can see Unique really suffers by that pathing there. I don't think that William and Mary ends up touching this.
Yeah, no, definitely not. When Nuke Llama went down, this point B was done. And again, William and Mary played okay, you know, played a good neutral game of Overwatch right there, but weren't able to kind of pick a target, weren't able to really get going on point B, and that's rather unfortunate because William Mary, for the first time this season, look a little bit lost.
Yeah, it's the identity for Marist College that's really taking the stage here. It's Traders back on the high ground. They're armed with a Gravitic Flux as well. Navigate the self-destruct here first. Survive that. Does bait the Transcendence out of Ulm. And off the Transcendence, you really want to go aggressive and push. First, finding out Unique, who does deploy the Pulse Bomb, but not successfully. Ulm, however, is taken out in the process. Nice off-angling there from Kneecap. Good connections, but the fight isn't over yet. Marist is still committed to winning this. They commit the Pulse Bomb as well. It also doesn't connect. Well, it does, but onto an inanimate object. You want to score a kill with that. It's not going to happen here for Marist College. Still advancing this objective, still waiting, biding their time for the employment of their most powerful cooldowns. Traders going critically low in a flash.
That was nice and Unique. Now has a little bit of space to work with. Has just been spotted out by Faceman's. Faceman's equal to Unique's engagement. Now I think it's getting messy for William Mary. His rival goes down as well. But really looking towards baby Nuke Llama with that rally to bring them back into things.
Max of the minefield trying to stabilize the defense here as the cart rolls to that third objective. But Cloud with the Deadeye is might be a little bit better for zoning out. Oh, it scores an elimination. Max has the hops, but it's not going to come to their advantage. Transcendence on the objective as well as the rally. No expenses spared here from the defense. They're lifted into the air. The Molten Core is placed on the ground, but picks are still rolling in here from Marist College, demonstrating a really strong attack. Although they have the Transcendence here now as well. There are picks on both sides here. William and Mary with a little bit of a spawn advantage. Cloud's finally taken out of the fight. That's part of your win condition, but Rival is gone as well. Max gets the Mega, but is quickly whittled right back down. You've got a Laundry now on the Moira, a home back in spawn, and finally William and Mary score not the amount of eliminations they need, but the kills that really mattered.
It's time for that time of the round again, where we talk about William and Mary's support line, because Nuke Llama, the start of that team fight, William and Mary needed a little bit of time to get some numbers so I can get back involved in that team fight. Good rally to get a little bit of time and kind of save William and Mary yet again. And Alondri, she comes out for Transcendence when William and Mary need a little bit of time, a little bit of, I guess, leeway with their play. And those are two very impactful support ultimates from the very good backline and consistent backline of William and Mary.
Yeah, now they just have to, and now William and Mary just have to be able to engage onto the targets that they really want. Unique with a nice stick onto Thunderkit. That's a devastating loss here from Marist College. It is traded out. Cloud picks up both of the supports, I'm sorry, a laundry for William and Mary. Elm is gone out of the fight. That's actually both supports now gone for Marist College. Do they continue pushing their luck here with elimination onto Max? Perhaps the answer is yes. The minefield was also employed on the objective, but Marist College will back out.
Yeah, and that was a good team fight for William and Mary, right? I think Marist used their minefield really to no avail. Marist don't really have anything right now. They might have something in the next mid-fight, but that's really it. The Trader's going down late, as well.
Yeah, Traders.
45 seconds left.
Traders overstayed their welcome. There was a soft disengagement, and I think that what Marist really needed was just to move all the way back.
Just get out, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Cloud was in a really awkward position as well, so it was just maybe a miscall for Marist that they could stay around. No, not really. And yeah, ultimate-wise, I mean, they'll build up to support ultimates mid-fight, but the start of this team fight is going to be difficult for Marist, with William and Mary having considerable ult advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen a laundry build up these Transcendences in such a timely manner as well. You know that you're playing into that, even if it's not online quite yet. The rally is going to fortify the defense here in just a few short moments, waiting for the real mid-fight to break out so that they maximize the amount of armor provided. Nice stun onto Taste there, disrupts the engagement onto the high ground as we have the full fight finally breaking out. There's Ulm starting off the Transcendence, clearing out Max's minefield. Max as well is taken out by the Deadeye from Cloud. Face misuses the Pulse Bomb as well. It's Kneecap's turret that finds that final blow onto them, and things are equalized here in the fight, but there's no touch of the objective from Marist.
Yeah, that's really it. That was an awkward situation for Marist. I think they put themselves into it though, with that call to soft disengage instead of hard disengage as well in the penultimate team play of that round. But William and Mary, talk about a comeback. They swapped it. I mean, Kneecap onto the Torior, and that was really it. But I think they just kind of found themselves in what they wanted to do in that round. And they were just kind of wanted to focus on that main group. Traders on the Sigma, Cloud on the Cassidy, on the Zenyatta, Thunderkit on the Brig. And they just wanted to kind of put overwhelming pressure on them. That was kind of the idea on point C. And I think it worked out well. Maybe it wasn't the best strategy. I personally would just like to try and isolate one of them. But it was a direction. I think that's really what William and Mary needed at the end there. Some direction, and it was good for them at the end.
Well, going on their attack, there is only one direction for William and Mary, and that is forward. They need to capture both of the objectives here on Route 66 and then push that payload all the way up to that 69.69 meters. Very nice push from Marist College there. And invariably, we see relatively similar compositions emerge here. Cloud on this Cole Cassidy, though, that's a serious obstacle for Max to navigate. I think that's part of the reason that William and Mary look a little bit lost, is their main engagement tool, their main engagement player is having a hard time figuring out who to engage on.
Yeah, I think honestly they might be a little bit too scared of Cloud as well. I think that's a different approach that I'm kind of looking at. I think they're a little bit too scared of Cloud because Cloud, I mean, has that CC, but also Cloud is kind of like very immobile. I mean, has a role, but that's really it, right? So, I mean, Cloud's a target that you could probably focus if you're William there.
Yeah, you know, when you're confronted with a challenging matchup, you kind of respect the player that you're matched up against. But, you know, let us in the booth give the respect to all the players. You know, no respect, at least in the game here. It is going to be up to Max to challenge those challenging angles there, and really up to the turret from Kneecap to help them accrue that Molten Core, as well as any little bit of damage that they can dish out. It's a strange engagement here from William and Mary, still looking for that opportunity to really hard commit onto a target. Oh, and Kneecap goes down. That's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really poor timing as well. They were just getting their engagement set up, and Kneecap just gets caught a little bit by a little bit of particular spam. It happens some of the time, but looks like William and Mary still involved in this team fight. Some good disc rolls of this is running low, as is Taze and Traders.
Yeah, and Unique is constantly confronted by FaceMask, who has been able to get that Pulse Bomb online. It's going to be Nuke Llama's rally that helps the attacker. Oh, it gets shut down by Cloud. Although, you know, there's Max challenging Cloud there, finding that final blow, and just like that, William and Mary have swung that fight and captured first.
Yeah,
Wow.
Unique was the player that stepped up there. Everyone was low for Marist, right? Even though Marist had a player advantage, Unique was just, I mean, just hitting everything on the Tracer in that team fight. Got 2 final blows as well. You know, the star player for William Mary, that's what they do. They get the kills when needed. They step up when needed. When William and Mary needs a play, they have to look towards Unique, and that was a great play from Unique in that. Well, not even play, a great team fight from Unique on the Tracer.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice pulse bomb as well. Both supports gone for Marist College. That's a good reason to back up out of this position. Talk about the clutch potential. Also consistency from Unique, able to help build the momentum for William and Mary.
4 kills for Unique in that team fight. Wow. That's all we have to say. Right? I was talking about how Unique is the player to open things up. Nice little pulse bomb, nice little kill onto Clyde as well. They are the player that opens things up for William and Mary, and they're going to look for a little bit more unique magic as they look to clear out point B of Route 66.
Max takes so much damage, but they have a lot of damage on their side as well. The minefield rolls right into Tace's minefield on the point. William and Mary didn't quite communicate that there was a dangerous spot to roll into. It's a nice rock connection onto Rival, forces the self-destruct. The Molten Core is also worked out onto the area. It's the high ground that Marist College was previously playing in. Still, picks secured here for William and Mary. They're pushing really aggressive. That's what they wanted out of this fight.
You know what? I'll just say the break bash icon kill, and just a little bit slow this time. I haven't seen that in a while. And you follow damage. That's a rarity.
It always makes me a little sad to see it.
Yeah, a bit of a collector's item. And then going into this next team fight for Marist, what do they have to do? They're looking a little bit lost in their defense, and they're looking at a change. They swapped over to the double shield composition. Cards went over to the Ash as well on point B, so it looks like they're trying to spam a little bit more. They're trying to spam down probably the back line of William and Mary, so they're trying to create an overload so that Rival has too many things to do. I think that's a good direction to go, but is it really the right direction to go? I don't know. Ask Tay. That's probably the answer to the question.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ulm ends up going down to Unique's Pulse Bomb as well. FaceMist is able to do a little bit of damage into the backlines. Nice stick! Good connection onto a Laundry. It's going to slow down William and Mary, but they're not out of the fight quite yet. Max does eliminate Taze with the grapple. The Bob is forced out into the hallway. Now, 1v1 against Unique, and does.
Yeah, I think the idea for Maris is just spam down, bug drop in certain areas, but that Clyde is isolated right now, and Thunderkick cannot save them. Nobody's saving them. Rival goes low, but that's a good start to the fight for William and Mary. However, Clyde will be resurrected.
Maris has as well secured the DMAC onto Rival. They might end up getting eliminated here. Gonna have to watch out here for the minefield for Marist College. What? Secures 2 eliminations. Ulm and Cloud hapless as they're tossed into the air and in from one mine into the other. Gravitic Flux to compensate also scores a double kill. So many 2 pieces here for both these teams. Traders cleans up the fight, and it's just Unique kind of moving cart.
They could get a kill here on the Thunderkick realistically. Oh, this comes and saves their mid support. I think this corner is going to be the most difficult part of their point C offense. Really. Once they get going, they get a little bit of space. You can imagine that they will be pretty comfortable, but this corner is where the double shield is going to have an advantage. However, with Traders going down, that's a lot less spam to deal with.
Yeah, that is a single shield composition now here for Marist College. Traders is already Traders was brought back in, but it's a challenging position. They already incurred quite a bit of damage. They're under the effect of the Discord Orb as well. Supercharger deployed on the high ground from Tace. It helps the Dynamite to be really lethal onto Nuke Llama, who I don't think had the opportunity to proc that Immortality field. Max still eliminates Tace, and Kneecap gets Traders. Now no shields on the side of Marist College. FaceMix does have the Pulse Bomb, just waiting out the Transcendence from a Laundry to find a good stick onto one of the supports, but Nuke Llama will be coming into this with an Immortality field, as well as a Bob here employed by the defense to prolong this team fight, but is quickly dispatched by a Laundry. Discord Orb is just so incredibly powerful. Lots of aggression onto Max, who leaves a parting gift. If they're gonna die, at least William and Mary will play for a minefield, but they will live for now. Both tanks for William and Mary staying sustained, at least for now. Max able to get that health pack, a Rival out of mech, and now Traders is free to use the Gravitic Flux if the defense needs it. With 1.5 minutes, you don't want to take chances, but you don't need to chance this fight.
Yeah, it's a good team fight. Ties 2 kills at the end. The player for Marist that is pretty much the key to everything. 1 minute 20 seconds left, probably one team fight needed for William & Mary. No ultimates though. Traders has a Gravitic Flux. That's going to be the key for Maris. William & Mary, who's going to be the hero for them this time? Unique's going over to Hanzo in a bet to be that hero.
Gonna help to spam down these shields just a little bit, but you know, you're still just a sniper, right? You're so dependent on the rest of the team in the DPS role, and definitely for William and Mario, a lot of eyes are on the tank role right now with Max and Rival to set the terms of the engagement against a double shield composition that can slow them down. Unique ends up going down. Good thing Nuke Llama is on the Mercy to equalize the man's disadvantage, but Alondri is taken out as well. Insane stuff that Cloud is currently doing on the DPS role.
I think this is good though for William & Mary, because they're going to get another team fight. Yes, it's going to be another difficult team fight where you're probably going to face 4 or 5 ultimates. The question mark being Taze's ultimate, but I mean, William & Mary weren't in a position to win that last team fight, and they're probably going to have all 6 in the mid-fight. So the longer the fight is, William & Mary will have some more benefits, but also, the longer the fight is, Maris will have a better respawn advantage. So I have no clue where this last fight is going to go here on Route 66.
Yeah, no, my heart is pounding out of my chest right now. Rival casts the self-destruct onto the high ground. Does it score an elimination? No, the Immortality Field is expended. The Amplification Matrix is deployed, as well as the Supercharger Transcendence from Alondri keeps William & Mary in this fight. Minefield in the area that Maris College wants to play, and a Molten Core onto the high ground that they currently control. Cloud casted the bomb, but is quickly dispatched, and Face Mask as well traded in the process. Still picks all favoring Maris College, as well as that defensive respawn until it's only Max remaining here on the objective. It's all clean up here from Maris College, holding strong and equalizing the series.
The Clash of the Titans, number 2 in Maris College, number 3 in William & Mary is going to map 5. Just a reminder, William & Mary were 2-0 up in this series. But an inspired couple of changes, an inspired couple of adaptations from Taze and Co. on Maris has brought us to map 5. We talked about the adaptation of Low Sky Industry to play the mirror composition and play more aggressive, and the adaptation on Point C to play the Orisa-based spam composition from Taze saved it for them. Realistically, Maris were doomed to lose that series right there and then, but they brought it back with an inspired compositional swap.
And again, it is that clash of styles where we see William and Mary are entirely dedicated to strategies and aspects of those strategy, really only making changes as they desperately need to. Maris College, with those mid-game adaptations, are really making a name for themselves, representing some serious opposition against William and Mary's, well, what was previously hyper-aggression. Now William and Mary has been slowed down, and we're going to slow down as well. Taking a brief hiatus, we're going to be right back after a short break. You just gotta keep moving forward. Welcome back, everyone. I've got to take a step back and relax for just a moment. It's crazy, this matchup that we've got between Marist College and William & Mary. It could have very easily been a short series here in favor of William & Mary, but Marist College, with some brilliant decisions, have brought themselves back from the brink. Ocean, I'm going to ask you probably the most difficult question you've ever been asked. Who wins here?
Oh. I was hoping for a different question, to be honest. I don't have no clue. I mean, there's so many aspects you could take this into. Marist's adaptation has been better over the course of the series. They've got a good leader to keep them controlled. In Taze, who has been superb in the second half of this series, and Thunderkit as well, who is brought back in for Volskaya Industries, subbed out for Hollywood, comes back in, and Marist get the momentum right back. The momentum is with Marist, but William and Mary have been in a lot longer series of seasons. I think they've had a map 6 and 3 map 5s, if that serves me correct. And also they won the previous control map. And Busan and Lijiang, I feel they're kind of similar. In terms of being similar to Lijiang, that's quite difficult, but Busan's probably the closest that I can really think of. Oh, I have no clue, but I'm a big fan of both of these teams. But I really like William and Mary's backline. I'm gonna go for William and Mary.
Maybe. I definitely think that Busan caters to the strengths that we've seen they're capable of demonstrating. At least for now, you know, you're on Mecha base, you play Rush, so it's mirrored composition for both these teams. You mentioned Ocean long series that Marist has played. I gotta emphasize, you know, organized Overwatch, to play 5 games of solo queue ranked, it's a lot shorter than these games really end up feeling. Look at this short team fight possibly coming out here in favor of William and Mary, finding that first pick onto Taze, but it's the Rush composition. You might be able to play without Reinhardt if you're able to use the utilities correctly. For Marist College, they are suffering just a little bit. There's the dual May walls coming up, and pure aggression from William and Mary before hesitating slightly to outplay the flashbang. Max is not going to be under the effect of CC this time, and as well, not going to be under the effect of the speed either. Nuke Llama taken out of the lineup. It's a quick reconnection into the front lines here from Marist College, which helps them to score a really good team fight win here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of William Mary going actually to the Brawl/Rush composition here. They didn't look comfortable there at all, did they? You know, they got that first kill, and then they went forward, and they were almost scared to have the confidence to go forward, and you need confidence to play a Brawl composition.
Yeah.
I think that they can definitely play it, they're definitely pretty good at it, but Marist excel at it. They are a very proactive team, and they always know what their win conditions are. And with Taze, they needed the forefront. They knew when Taze was back, it was go time.
Ooh, almost gets the pin there. It's a shatter connecting to a shield there. Taze is going to be kept safe right now. Oh, what? Traitors throws the self-destruct and scores 4. That's brilliant.
And a stagger. Oh, gets the boop as well for the extra charge. Traders just used their ultimate. Now back to 50% would have been a nice volley. So yeah, now William and Mary are tasked with almost an impossible task of getting through this choke when Marist have the Deadeye and the Blizzard online. I imagine they're going to use the Deadeye first to try and slow the team fight right down, and that will be ideal for a Blizzard. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for Marist, but William and Mary could do the exact same thing. What's the Divas in this team fight?
Yeah, and the Matrix is basically unusable here. The defense Matrix doesn't get the Blizzard from William and Mary. They lose this team fight in rapid fashion. And Rival, oh, poor Rival.
Oh dear, Rival. They're gonna get Wall as well.
Oh no! A frantic rush to the ledge and then booped off.
I mean those 2 staggers on the Rival, we're now at 70% after 2 team fights. That's ridiculous, really.
Yeah.
And, I mean, William and Mary at least have some ultimates for this team fight. Honestly, I also thought the Rival was really unlucky not to eat that Blizzard. I really thought the defense matrix was over that, but this is William and Mary's fight to win.
Absolutely. They've got a lot of resources into this fight. Nice block of the shatter there from Max. A good stun from Kneecap onto Taze there as well. The Immortality Field from Ulm didn't quite hit its mark there, but neither has the Blizzard from William and Mary. It's safely moved away from by Marist College. It's a deployment of the Immortality Field from William and Mary, and the shatter as well. Cloud operating on the high ground, but they're critically low as picks roll in here from William and Mary. They'll find this first capture during this round for them, but it's 99% to 0.
Yeah, that's going to be it for William and Mary to get the chain back going with Marist College. they have some support ultimates for next team fight after William and Mary. We highlighted William and Mary supports the entire series long, but now Mary's supports have a chance to kind of upstage them, right? This is the ideal situation if you're looking to make your name. Can I get more value than my counterpart?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's value. There's the sound barrier, and the self-destruct didn't end up connecting to anything from traders, but the Deadeye from Cloud absolutely hits the targets that matter. You've eliminated Kneecap and Max. Unique is out of the fight as well. FaceMask is free to join Cloud on the objective. That's a quick retake here from Marist College, and a solo shatter onto Laundry. Absolutely brutal.
Oh, Taze gets stunned there though. Can Taze die here potentially in the duel against Kneecap? Taze is in a little bit of trouble. Needs to get back to their supports. Does though, and that should be it for Marist College here on Netflix.
Yeah, there's a stall here through via the cryo form for the Unique, and a beautiful E from Rival. It really helps to compensate for the amount of time that they've actually spent out of mech, but it's all over here for William and Mary on Mecha Base. They're gonna put all of their investments into Sanctuary and Downtown, where I think they'll be a little bit more free with the comps they can run.
Yeah, no, I don't think that Brawl suits William and Mary too much. I think they can play it to a competent enough level, right? They're definitely not a bad Brawl team. But yeah, that's definitely a map that will suit Marist a lot more, and both teams are going to default back to the Wrecking Ball composition here with Break. I love it. Marist haven't run that much of the Brawl comps this season. They've run quite a bit of it, but not as much as William and Mary has. It's been impressive that they've been up to upstand against that. But Marist, I think, are kind of lucky that Maccabees was first, because that was definitely a map that favored them.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a luck of the draw there, and now, you know, William and Mary have to get this momentum back. Not only have they lost the last two maps, but they did as well drop that first control point round. Definitely, you know, if my heart's racing a little bit, I definitely can imagine the perspiration is dripping from the brows of William and Mary. They need to clutch out this win to get that, you know, better standing heading into playoffs. And right now, the point is controlled by Marist College. They've oriented themselves a really defensible formation. Max trying to roll through. I baited out the flash from Cloud as well. And now William and Mary have to engage before the point ends up getting captured by Marist College. Rival goes down. Traded out for Taze. It's a man advantage for neither side now. Just waiting on Max to roll right back in, but they're critically low, and under the effect of the Discord Orb, there's so much damage pumping into them, and now point is captured by Marist College. Cloud is out of the lineup, though. Max is a little bit more free. Thunder Kit is gone. Sustain cut in half for Marist College as they get the, as William and Mary get the picks that they need.
Yeah, I think William and Mary will take this team fight. Those opening kills, I want to talk about the value of them, right? So we saw that Taze went down for Marist, and we saw that Rival went down for William and Mary. Rival's job essentially was already done. Rival had already got the backline of William and Mary into a really good position, so Laundry was able to get good value Discord orbs, and Taze, Taze is the most important part of Marist, right? The main engagement tool. So Marist were not really able to engage onto a target properly with Taze down. So that was just a more impactful early pick from William and Mary.
Yeah, and now the early pick to secure is going to be on to Max. If you're Marist College or maybe Unique armed with this pulse bomb, ends up getting stunned, deploys the pulse bomb, maybe a little bit panicked because it doesn't connect, but Max has been eliminated. That's part of your win condition here for Marist College, and Kneecap's tactical visor does not connect onto enough targets. Olm still ends up going down, but that's an insignificant pick in a one-team fight for Marist.
Yeah, I think what's actually looking really good for Marist right now is that 17% they picked up in the first team fight. It's now starting to add up as both teams have played a team fight apiece. Marist have 5 ultimates going into this, and William and Mary have 3 of the more important ultimates. Rival swapped over to the Diva instead of the Sigma. I think that's important to note because Traders obviously is doing a lot of spam here, and they kind of need the Diva now to eat that sort of spam on the side of William and Mary.
As pile drive, there's a minefield that Max had committed on the stairs. The Transcendence from Marist is going to partially mitigate that, but a minefield now on the point means that William and Mary can, that Marist can take a little bit of space in this fight. FaceMask won't benefit from that, however. Space created here by Cloud's Deadeye. Will connect onto anyone. Yeah, Kneecap peeks at just the wrong time, and a stun, 2 stunts, and tons of damage into Max, and this fight here for William and Mary. They're struggling, have to disengage, and now the chase can begin for Marist.
Yeah, no, that was really important. Ooh, Laundry almost goes down there. Oh, it still might go down, actually. Laundry, what else right now? Can they get this in the auto? No. And a D-Mech.
And that's a massive win here for Marist College. Ocean, we're in last fight territory of this entire series.
Yeah, no, Marist can keep their number 2 seed. I'm almost lost for words here. I mean, William Mary, who are they going to look to? Who's going to save this series for them? It's going to have to be unique, right, with the pulse bomb?
I mean, it has to, or Nuke Llama with some really proactive Brig gameplay might be able to get that rally online if the mid-fight lasts long enough. Taste goes down. That's a great advantage to start. Kneecap joins them in solidarity, casts themselves into the abyss, and point does get captured by William and Mary. We're not quite in last team fight territory yet. Definitely Marist College wants Taste back in their lineup, and without Face Mask to engage on as well, things might be a little bit challenging, made simpler by Rivals elimination. Yui goes down as well. Transcendence, all of a sudden, is released from home. Point is retaken. Max is going to have to stall. This is it. Do or die here for William and Mary, and it might just be a lot of dying. Max coming up close on that minefield. Can they get a reconnection? The adaptive shields, it's not enough. They're not able to touch, and Marist College clutch out this series with a reverse sweep.
Wow. Marist keep their second spot in EGF. William Mary, I believe, stay in third, taking their third loss of the season. What a great series between two great teams. You know, I thought Taze was about to ruin our narrative of the entire series, going off at the end. Right, that would have been tragic if Marist had lost that same fight. But Marist complete the reverse sweep, and that is I just want to highlight one thing there, that, you know, Marist made so many strong adjustments over the course of that series. Brilliant adjustments. And that is what enabled them to win this series. William and Mary were great. However, I don't think they did enough mid-series to keep the advantage and keep control of the series.
Yeah, really phenomenal stuff from Marist and from Marist College. It seems as if I've disappeared, but you know, we're gonna head off for a short break. I'll be back, and we'll be bringing you a post-game interview. Welcome back, everyone. Here for the post-game interview is none other than the iconic leader for Marist College. Tace, congratulations on the victory. I just got to start right off. That was a long series, and one of the things Ocean and I briefly mentioned was that competitive, like organized competitive Overwatch games, they feel so long. It's a real test of endurance for all of our contenders. How do you endure? How does the team navigate some of these series that just feel so long and adversarial?
I think the main thing is we play a lot of scrims. We play in a lot of scrims. I think people don't realize how much experience we have. People are like, oh, they just face some schools and just 3-0 them and not anything like that. But a good chunk of the team has a lot of experience in these longer matches. My sophomore year, when we won the MAC championship, in the semifinals we went down 2-0, and we were able to reverse sweep that as well. And that group of guys that won that first MAC championship a few years ago, it's the majority of the roster still, like Ohm, Face, Vocal, and me. And it's something that I know we are capable of doing. So I literally was not worried the entire time. I felt nothing.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I first want to ask, going 2-0 in this series, you brought Thunderkit back into the lineup. Your main support has been critical to you all season long. Do you think that was a big part, getting the momentum back in the series?
100%. It was a big part. We prepped the way we did, but we realized how we prepped was not going to work out for like what they were running. Traders or off tank made a really good call and said, hey, we just gotta play Zembrig and we'll just roll them. So
yeah, okay. Oh, I like that. That's harsh word on the rolling. I mean, William and Mary, great December Cup, but you kind of matched them. It was awesome to see. Let's talk about some of those other in-game adaptations. You played the Orisa on Route 66 towards the end. Can we have a little bit more insight on that? Because the adaptations that you've made throughout the series really, really benefited you.
I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the adaptations that we made were due to Traders. He made a lot of big calls, a lot of smart calls, and then based off of those adaptations, we were able to perform as well as you saw that we did. We had the one play where we decided to go Cloud on Ash and then have the Mercy pocket with that once. And that really helped us on route.
Okay, cool. No, let's amp it up a little bit, because I think that guarantees you a top 2 spot in the tournament, being with that win against William and Mary, who were in third. Right, going into playoffs, which are very, 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 very soon. Are you the best main tank in EGF?
I definitely think that I'm one of the best main tanks, but the EGF has a lot of good main tanks, including Max, who we just played against. He's a really good wrecking ball, and it was enjoyable to play against such a good team.
I'm glad to hear it. And what are the goals for those playoffs? Currently in second in the league standings. Can you go all the way?
I think that we have, I like I said before, I think people doubted us a lot just based off our strength of schedule, but I'm hoping that this game shows that we're able to compete with the best in the EGF.
Glad to hear it.
Staying competitive, that is the dream. Yeah, absolutely great stuff from Marist College today. And before you leave the booth this afternoon and get some well-deserved rest, any shout-outs that you want to make? Anyone you want to highlight behind the scenes or in the team?
Like I said, like I always say, my friends and family are always there to support me, but I have to thank the boys not only for this victory, but like what I've been given my entire career, because I'm a senior, so I'm gonna graduate hopefully at the end of May or like the beginning of May, and every single player I've ever played with has made this journey just an amazing time. So I just want to thank every single one of the players I've ever had the luxury of playing with.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Tace, and good luck. We'll be keeping a watchful eye on your future games.
Thank you very much.
that was Tace of Team Marist College, and as well, Ocean. That is gonna conclude this series. It concludes my time here in the booth as well, at least for this afternoon. There's still more Overwatch to come, but we'll have I think it's Waffles stepping in on the play-by-play role. If you haven't had your fill of Ocean, and you'd be right to feel that way, then no worries. It's gonna be a new casting face and some more Overwatch excitement. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Series 3 here shortly.
are you going? The known path or your own path? Iona College is where you'll be given the means to dream and find meaning in your dreams. To serve while you learn and learn while you serve. To fight the good fight and to own your path. So, where are you going? Iona College. Learn outside the lines.
Hello everyone and welcome back to EGFC Week 16. I am Waffles for Sid and I will be joining Ocean here for the last Overwatch game of the evening. Ocean, how are you feeling going into our last match?
I'm feeling pretty good. We had an awesome map 5 series between William, Mary and Marist earlier. This time we've got a very interesting series. We've got Iona, who are in some pretty good form relatively recently, and also they secured their playoff spot earlier with results going their way, and Cincinnati, who are a team who I think are on the up as of late.
I totally agree with you there. I actually had the pleasure of seeing Iona play against Marist in the MAC championships a couple weekends ago, and you know, they did a fantastic job. Syzygy was a big player, a big contender, had some good clutch plays. So I gotta say, I got some eyes on the DPS coming through from Iona, but Cincinnati's definitely going to make this a tough battle for them.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about, you know, Iona's DPS being the stars for them is that Cincinnati, you know, their kind of best traits as a lower level team is that they can play a lot of different heroes and compositions. The question is, how do they adapt to what the Iona DPS are playing over the course of this series?
So far, Iona is going ahead and using a poke comp strategy as Cincinnati is just going to bunker down. They have already used their immortality field, and now deaths are going to be a lot more permanent. It's not going to matter, though. They get aggressive. They've got the speed boost to chase him down, and Cincinnati's just going to cap this point right out of the gate.
Kurohi did an excellent job that point of just hitting a couple of shots on Calamity, not securing a kill. This is Calamity's build up that rocket barrage, but just forcing Calamity out of the team fight so they're unable to get the kills. Now, Cincinnati have to prepare for that rocket barrage. They probably don't know it's online though, so that's an advantage that Calamity has going into this next game.
It's going to be the Ant Matrix thrown, even though a couple go down. There it is. It is big for the DPS on Iona College. Calamity and the pocket boost from Majin are shredding Cincinnati, and Ocean, that barrage was online really fast.
Yeah, no, it was a quick barrage. Calamity was hitting a lot of shots, unable to get some kills in the first team fight. They built up that barrage, and Cincinnati had no clue that that was going to be online. Oh, Aussie! Oh, doesn't get away. Leapfrog, no!
Sad day. Trying to save Aussie. There's a reason Leapfrag had their amplification matrix online so soon, and it's because they have to keep healing up all this damage from Calamity. That's just, I mean, it's been constant. We have been watching how constant this has been, Ocean.
Yeah, and you can see why Iona's DPS makes so many plays. Look how many resources they're getting as Oblivions just get shattered on the side, and Cincinnati will try to make their way towards point.
Ultimate's online for Iona, and Ant Matrix is opening up the fight for themselves as they try and prevent Cincinnati from pushing in. Sound barrier is wearing off for them, and well, now they're still moving forward. This wall here from Aussie is going to give them so much cover, and basically they're going to try and free fire as much as they can. A lot of people still trying to push this point back, but Cincinnati going to go ahead, take this point, and go and continue capping.
Yeah, Oblivion's so Oblivion's kind of struggles in some of the Iona's matches that I've seen, because usually, you know, I mean, it's like, we'll get a fair amount of resources for everything go through the DPS line for Iona. So when Calamity and Syzygy, the star players for them, are unable to get the value, whether that's Cincinnati, Sakiva, and Shrimpman, or Kurohi, kind of zoning them out, Oblivion's really struggles, and we see Oblivion's go down early a couple of times now.
We do have 2 DPS ultimates online for Iona. We saw how devastating the barrage was last time, and the real question is, where is Calamity going to pop it? He has been hunting for a victim, and as High Noon is channeled here from Kurohi, it's going to be Iona backing up a bit. A nasty fire strike, and there it is. The DPS going to go ahead, shred him from behind, and Cincinnati once again loses the point, and Iona 73% and counting.
That's 2 turret kills, though. That's not something I was expecting to see, and that actually might allow Cincinnati to have some time to walk in and take a little bit of space that they might not have gotten beforehand for free, at least. But they still have to worry about Syzygy's Deadeye. That could be a really good zoning tool as we approach last fight territory.
I mean, look at how fast Cincinnati got onto the point. They were doing their best, but Iona has backed off, given them some space, and now canceled in the middle of the Deadeye. It's going to be Karahui coming up big on that front as Cincinnati continues to hold this point after they've retaken it.
Yeah, all eyes on Lightning right now. He's trying just to set the pace of this team fight so that Cincinnati can clean it up as fast as they can. They got to be careful because Calamity's still in this backline and has a rocket barrage.
Iona has so many ults online or about to be online, and they are in last fight territory. Cincinnati being aggressive here and going ahead, starting off with the Symmetra wall to try and mitigate the damage coming through. They know Iona has a lot of resources. There they are, being thrown left and right. The pockets coming through from Majin, keeping Calamity devastatingly in this fight.
Yeah, Cincinnati have had some pretty good adaptations to this far, but it's not going to be enough as Calamity and Iona will take Night Market. They adjusted pretty well, right? You know, they managed to focus down Oblivion for a lot of these team fights, and then kind of Calamity was kind of an afterthought. Obviously, Calamity's team's dead. Calamity can't really do too much with that.
Cincinnati, I thought, did a pretty good job at handling some of the ults that Iona brought through, but you know, Iona did a good job at really cycling those ultimates well and not clicking all of them at the same time. It forced Cincinnati to have a lot of run time and stagger time to have to fully regroup. They're gonna move a lot faster than Iona here to this opening point. Gonna get set up on their bunker comp once again, and it's gonna be Iona having to push into the turrets. Koshin, they've already done this once. The real thing is it gonna keep working, or is there gonna be a different outcome here for Iona? After that Immortality Field is taken out of the picture, no one is even looking at Calamity. The damage is so much in this backline, Ocean, and they've got to do something about it.
Yeah, no, Calamity just went kind of unnoticed that entire team fight, right? I feel like the approach in Cincinnati was good. All they really wanted to do was just take out the main core group of Iona, but that just didn't really work out because Calamity was getting so much value. I feel like that approach would be good if you had someone like Shrimpman just kind of nullifying the damage that Calamity was doing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Of course, it means Calamity is close to another rocket barrage.
Oh man, that is going to be some tough news for Cincinnati. And well, the damage coming through this small window is just so incredible here. Great mechanics coming through from Calamity. I could never hit these shots. The DPS from Iona are absolutely popping off as they just continue to mow people down, Ocean.
I've never seen you play fire. Say why is
There's
that?
a reason, okay? When you add the Y-axis or the Z-axis on top of your already X and Y front moving, no, I can't fly. There's no way.
Alright, okay. We're setting up for this next team fight. Probably still with that barrage, but I'm actually going to put Leap 5's at Matrix because that's going to be the entry tool for Cincinnati.
Excuse me. Usually, we see Iona go ahead and bait out the Immortality Field before they pop all those ultimates, but Calamity used it to bait out the Immortality Field and just let the rest of Iona collapse after that.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Rock Barrage is gone, so you don't have to think about that if you're Cincinnati now, but you do have to try and engage into this team fight. You've got loads of tools to do that. Deadeye's pretty good at that. Self-destruct and Matrix already great engagement tools, but wait, what?
Filthy! That's huge. Shatter is going to stop Iona, though, in Cincinnati in their tracks. They did not want to let them move forward, regardless of the beautiful Deadeye that opened up. And now we're at 96%. That means Cincinnati can't walk back. Beautiful timing coming through from Iona, and they're going to go ahead and take Lijiang.
Sorry, here's the team on Iona's movement that made me laugh a little bit. Yeah, Cincinnati, you know, they actually dealt with like the main problem for you know, when you're playing Iona, it's obviously a DPS line. They dealt with Calamity, they dealt with Margin on the Mercy. You would think that they'd be favourites to go and take that team fight. It's good at Matrix from Iona, but I think I will have to question Cincinnati here and their approach to that team fight. Were they just kind of assuming it was done and dusted, or could they put a proper approach forward and won that team fight? We could still be casting Legion Garden right now.
It's definitely hard to tell because it was close, and you know, if I was Cincinnati and I saw the Deadeye open up with the 2 kill on the pharmacy, I would definitely feel really good, get ready to aggress. And you know, you also have to remember it's not just the first win condition or some of the first win condition resources that you have to remove, right? There's always more in the tank for Overwatch, and that's what you're trying to bait out, so it's easier when you go in and fight. And you know, I think Iona did a really good job in general of baiting out those abilities as early as possible. I feel like Immortality Field was just thrown really early for those tanks because of all that damage all the time.
Yeah, no, Iona fairly deserved that. When they're on to good form right now, they came second in the MAC, right? And
yeah, well, for a reason too, yeah.
Yeah, they only lost to Marist, and Marist had a brilliant win earlier against them, second place in EGF right now. So Iona, good form from them. But I want to focus on Cincinnati and what they can do to bridge this gap right now, because there's a little bit of a deficit, obviously going 2-0 down on Legion as we move towards Hollywood. What could they do? Well, we know Cincinnati, they like to play a range of different compositions and heroes, so they can maybe switch to something a little bit more mobile, which is a type of composition that Far kind of struggles against, because Far loves to shoot those rockets against immobile targets like Reinhardt, like Cassidy. But also, I would like to see Shrimpman try and nullify Calamity and Syzygy a little bit more. I feel like the Iona DPS got a little bit too much value.
I agree with you there, especially on the DPS topic. I mentioned that they were some pretty bright stars when I saw them a couple weeks ago, and it's nice to see, you know, it is a consistent element. Obviously, they've been really refining all their gameplays and the communication throughout the season, because there's a lot of follow-up, and pincer maneuvers are only happening if you're communicating well.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see, you know, there's a little more high ground on this map, so Thor as a hero might not get as much value just because of the terrain we're going to see here, right? There's no real high ground on Night Market or Garden to position on, which meant that Calamity was kind of free from any sort of hit scans. At that moment, realistically, the other team's going to rely on pace to kind of, you know, set the momentum and try and deal with that Thor. I think Cincinnati gave that a good go, but I'm maybe thinking the high ground is actually going to give them a little push forward in the right direction.
I think it's going to be a more helpful for them. And Calamity is on this Doomfist. Okay, that's probably going to be a surprise for Cincinnati. And I am really excited to see Iona just spring their trap when Cincinnati rounds this corner.
Yeah, they're going for a brawl at spawn, and this is going to be really favourable for them because Cincinnati's composition is not good in close spaces, so if they can get this right, Cincinnati will struggle, but that's a good teleporter, just avoids the brawl completely.
Wow, really nice job coming through already for Cincinnati here as they open up the gates. Moving around. Oh, okay, so we just got word they also sonicked it, so they definitely scoped it out, reacted appropriately, and well, Archimedes gonna go ahead, go down early. It's okay, it's in the back line. We got the res in the pocket. Cincinnati's back at full strength, and now we see Salty Nacho going ahead and hunting for some displacement. All right, good scoping out, going to be rolling through, and Cincinnati's just gonna have to keep poking until they find that opportune moment. It's gonna be Iona engaging though, and with the Doomfist online, he's going to be constantly looking for an opportunity to engage and find those big damage opportunities. Man, almost slammed him down right there, but it is Cincinnati all in this kill feed. Archimedes going out on this Pharah and giving Iona a bit of taste of what they had in the first round.
You know, that's super awesome from Cincinnati. I told you that they're good at adapting, right? So they see that Iona's on this brawl composition, so they just avoid the brawl entirely. It's great pointing from the Sonic Arrow as well. And Archimedes, as soon as we get into this open area, Salty Mancho and Archimedes and Kuro in particular are just better in this open area. It suits the composition of Cincinnati a lot more. And now we're to point B, the composition still favors Cincinnati. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of momentum here and snowball through.
Man, these Mercies have probably got a stressful heartbeat rolling through, constantly pocketing the Pharahs. It is going to be Archimedes falling to Syzygy first as Iona goes ahead and gets a 2-man advantage now for this fight. They know they can keep pushing forward, and it's going to be Cincinnati having to reset, but Ocean, they're going to reset with almost all 6 ultimates online, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, how much you use these ultimates? I think that's kind of an important thing, right?
All at once?
Yeah,
no.
Watch, like, our games, then yeah, sure. But I think the best approach actually probably would be the self-destruct early on, right? To try and kind of zone out a couple of players, then your backline can get further forward, and Kuro, he can take some space on the space.
Self-destruct here, force out from Samex, does need to go ahead and remech, makes it through the remech regardless of all the oncoming damage. That's good for Iona to just keep on pushing for, or holding here as they continue. They have the Deadeye to continue zoning if they want, Ocean, and well, Cincinnati seems a little scattered.
Yeah, Cincinnati unable to kind of form a plan with their ultimates. I mean, they used the minefield to get Iona off of the high ground, but Iona was still using it. To be honest, they were kind of struggling, but here Oblivion's has got themselves into a little bit of trouble, but will probably survive for now.
Oh, a stick, and it's going to be Krev going down to it. That is a beautiful play. A shatter also being thrown here from Iona. Damage follow-up from the Pharah. So much rolling through, but Calamity goes down in the end. It's going to be that self-destruct taking him out as Cincinnati still trying to hold this fight, but Iona here holding this corner and trying to just aggress and take advantage of this high ground. A lot of pressure rolling through onto the payload itself, and we'll have to see how Iona is going to continue to try and hold.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit messy. I would like to see Cincinnati have a better fight plan. Because, I mean, those 6 ultimates that they had a little minute ago, they're all gone. What was the plan with any of them? We didn't really see any real progress made other than Kurohi's pulse bomb, obviously. Got a kill on the Krev, but other than that, no real value. So maybe some better plans with those ultimates, like self-destruct to get in, and then players, getting more value, getting further forward. Like, for example, they were on this Zenyatta. They could have got better Discworld angles, but no, they sort of, I guess, match Iona on the brawl with double hit scan to try and tame Calamity on this boss.
You know, there's sometimes that you can't shut down a player, you can only hope to contain them, and Cincinnati here really wanting to try and do that against the pharmacy of Calamity and Majin. Obviously it's been devastating, and we've seen just constant rocket fire coming through from Calamity, and now there's this Deadeye zoning out Cincinnati is going to make it even more difficult for them to push. Iona's doing a great job at just continuing to berate Cincinnati and not give them a moment to breathe. Oh, Sabor! What a bait into the small room right there. Beautiful job coming through from Oblivions, and Cincinnati still trying to hold this fight, and Iona might have to give this point up here a bit, but it's still a nice amount of time burned off the clock.
Yeah, and you know what? That's kind of important to note, right? There's only 1 minute 20 left, and Cincinnati had a lot of time after capturing point A. Yes, Cincinnati will win this fight and progress further on point B, but they've lost their main tank, so that snowball potential is kind of gone with their main tank and engagement tool dead, and now Archimedes follows.
More pressure coming through. Iona is just not afraid to aggress forward and press the W key when they know they have the enemy on the run, Ocean.
Somebody's setting up for a barrage here using their shots to keep their heights here, and also that's just a neat position. Here comes the barrage.
There it is. 1, 2. There it is. 2 kills there for Calamity, just sneaking up, dropping down as death from above. Iona going to continue to fill the kill feed, and with 40 seconds left, Cincinnati's going to have 1 fight left.
That was a really neat spot. Calamity didn't even have to shoot themselves to keep themselves in the air. That was really good knowledge of the hero, really good knowledge of the Hollywood map. That's awesome to see. Now, Cincinnati walk in, they have to worry about this Deadeye from Syzygy. But if they can get into this team fight with their ultimates, they should have a pretty good advantage. Oh no!
Oh my gosh, Oblivion's already opens up with a 2K, but Cincinnati goes ahead and tries to keep them in this fight with the sound barrier. Iona doesn't care. There is so much damage being thrown from Calamity, from everyone on Iona, that Cincinnati can just barely stay on this point. It's going to be some zoning diva self-destructs coming through, but Iona going to be able to pretty much just hold this point here right after the first checkpoint.
Yeah, Oblivion's this time, doesn't get many resources, but can still make plays on their own. I mean, Cincinnati are trying, but this is just going to fizzle out, and they're going to get held up with the volume.
Iona College. Learn outside the lines.
I really liked that Cincinnati started off with the pharmacy of their own. Trying to bring the heat. It worked really well opening up the fight. But Iona was like, oh, that's the favorite strategy of ours. I think we're going to show you how it's done. And then once the Calamity switched back over to that fire, they were so confident looking on that second point, just holding it down.
Yeah, no, I think Iona just looks so much more comfortable when Calamity's on the far right. It's just kind of their bread and butter, their identity, if you will. But I want to slow things down in a second. Cincinnati had such a great start. They started out the brawl competition, just avoided the brawl entirely. Got to point A, which this area just favors the wrecking ball over the wrong part, for example. And Cincinnati had a good advantage, but then what went wrong? It seems every time they have the win conditions or the tools to win a team fight, mainly ultimate, they struggle to either have a plan with them or they struggle to execute. I haven't quite identified which. I think it's their fight planning, because some of those ultimates in that last team fight weren't even used before Oblivion got that Earth Shatter off. So maybe they just need to plan efficiently, or more efficiently than they have been, so that they can get more space in the team fight and execute some more fun.
I think they also need to anticipate that Iona is in a flow state right now, and they are following up on their teammates that are out of position, on their teammates that are vulnerable, and are really peeling and throwing the resources. So you got to think about the second and third win conditions, or abilities getting thrown. What was that? That was so beautiful. I'm so glad we got to see that from Calamity's point of view. I love it from Shrimp Man.
But Crab went down there, so Martin's already had to invest in the Resurrect. That means that can't go towards DPS like Syzygy or Calamity, and those are the main focal points of the Iona roster. So Syzygy's down right now, and the DMX, so advantage Cincinnati at the moment. However, Cincinnati has given up a lot of space.
Yeah, giving up this middle area to just go ahead and go high ground to high ground against Iona here across the way. A lot of poke damage, and it's going to be really nice for... I was going to talk about the damage coming through. Majin did have res back online, though, so just berating into these shields. Oh, sit down twice, Calamity, because Cincinnati has enough DPS and hit scan to take you down now. They know that he is a threat, and they are doing a great job of containing him this defensive round.
Yeah, no, I feel like the high ground has definitely helped. I think it's that just the way it's designed, it's easier to kind of deal with it for, and credit to Cincinnati's DPS for hitting those shots. I probably don't play controller, so...
It doesn't matter for me, I don't. And, well, that's why these guys here are going to be moving along. A shatter, though, from Oblivion's catches 3. Wow, he is catching so many people each time with those shatters, but Cincinnati, though, still holding this point strong, throwing ultimates left and right here from Archimedes. Gets 2 in his visor, so no more pharmacy from Iona, and, well, we have 2:04 left on the clock.
I think Cincinnati also looks more comfortable in the defense, because something they kind of struggled with on their second point attack was getting involved and getting into the team fight, their actual engagements. They're kind of already involved when they're playing on the defense with a spam composition, like Iona are kind of forced to walk into them. So they're already kind of in the team fight. That's why I think Cincinnati's DPS are getting so much more value in this round.
Fell a little low, it's all right. Everyone gonna be lifted up here from Shrimpman, and just more damage being pumped into the small doorway there that Iona's trying to flood out of. They are going for a pincer, and once again, the hit scan here from Cincinnati going ahead and taking out Calamity. Rez is online as they continue to Cincinnati's gonna continue to bunker up, and now this barrage, point blank, it's gonna be nasty. It doesn't need it! What?
Those were some nice shots.
On the barrage there, Ocean.
You know what? I was about to say barrage isn't coming, but I would have been wrong as well. It just about shots from Calamity in general and showing why Calamity and Syzygy are the vocal points of this team. There's a reason they get so many resources. It's because they win them games, they win them maps. They could have just potentially won them another map with a good capture on the Queen's Eye on the back of Calamity yet again. But I wanted to see them set up Syzygy on point B. It's going to be difficult to get Calamity in position for that barrage, but Denoy should be no problem.
Calamity's battle cry should just be normal firing shots that hit everything.
Wow!
Oh my gosh! Sam, what a beautiful bomb! Catches everyone on Cincinnati out of position on that high ground right there. That's going to be plenty for Iona to just roll this cart on forward as they take down Cincinnati one after another so preemptively.
That self-destruct is beautiful. I really wish Cincinnati would have had that self-destruct approach on point B themselves. Just self-destruct to get involved in the team fight, but that got kills as well. It was well calculated. Awesome self-destruct from Iona, and it opens everything up.
Yeah. Are we even surprised that Calamity has another play of the game here as this Pharah?
No, not at all.
Oh, this is it.
Shots. That's
regular
nuts.
fire.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, some of us can only dream of working flying characters that effectively, and I gotta say that was just beautiful to watch, mechanics wise, and you know, it's tough going up against someone who looks really comfortable maneuvering on the Pharah and using those concussion blasts and the terrain to really just zip around.
You know, it's funny, I made that exact mistake with Concussion Blast earlier, so that's actually kind of interesting. So what's really interesting about the rest of this series is we kind of move forward as we see Cincinnati attempt to reverse. This game has been close at points. We just need to see those extra edges. When Cincinnati are involved in team fights or in team fights, they look good. It's that engagement process they need to improve over the rest of the series.
I agree with you there, and we'll have to see if this little break gives them that chance to, you know, team huddle up, get a plan, and hopefully adapt and overcome. So we'll see you in a moment, folks. Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC. We are in the middle of Iona versus Cincinnati, and we're about to head to Volskaya Ocean. How you feeling?
This is my favorite map. That's my favorite. Yeah, I'm so excited. I love about Volskaya Industries. And again, this is another map with a lot of high going for Cincinnati to try and, I guess, nullify a little bit of the damage that Iona's DPS players have been causing. And also, again, we want to see those improvements we talked about before the break. We want to see their engagement tools be practiced, and we want to see some better engagements out of Cincinnati, because when they're in the team fights, they look pretty good.
Yeah. Sometimes, though, taking that first step is always the hardest. And in Overwatch, there are so many different things happening all at once. People are scattered across the map in different angles, and, well, it's like jumping into the pool for the very first time when you're there. There's a bit of a cold breath and you're not quite ready for it or sure. And we want to see more sure-footedness coming through from Cincinnati. Please don't go off to the side. Thank goodness they did not get booped. There's no way they were going to succumb to that. They know Calamity's on that Pharah. And, well, Kuroki already went. Oh, another beautiful rocket coming through. Now that there's 2 kills in favor of Iona, Calamity just gets super aggressive. He knows that he has the space and, well, pretty much the freedom to do all that.
That first shot was awesome, but that second shot, I just want to note, in the dogfight, in the Pharah dogfight, Archimedes went kind of close to the floor. And Archimedes was actually hit by the splash damage of the shot hitting the floor, and that's why Archimedes went down there. So be careful. What the dogfight? You know what? Don't try to talk Archimedes in the dogfight any longer.
That was so beautiful, and we saw Calamity get hit twice in a row. Definitely huge props there to Archimedes for, going toe-to-toe with Calamity on that Pharah. Right now, Syzygy, though, still continuing to just throw the damage out. It's not going to matter, though, as Cincinnati still aggressing forward here onto this point. They have to remember Oblivions, though, is in the mix. There's been a few times he's come through, caught him off guard. There it is. Caught him off guard there. And, well, now that Cincinnati is down there, Zenyatta, it is going to be a little bit more difficult. They have the spawn advantage if they can make it back, Ocean.
They're still playing on this mega health pack, and Calamity's arrived on this right-hand side, looking to mix the plays. Kuroki ran low, got a melee onto Archimedes, but unfortunately goes down.
Yeah, that's still Cincinnati here, continuing to just fill the kill feed, and it's going to be Iona who does give this up in the end. And this could be a potential snowball for Cincinnati. They have a lot of ults online, and this is their chance to really show us some engagement and some strong engagement.
Well, yeah, they've got the Barrage to work with Minefield as well as a pretty good engagement tool. They've got the Valkyrie to supplement both of those engagements, but they've just lost their Pharah and their Mercy. I mean, I guess
that's a disengage.
And they didn't use any of the 2 ultimates that both of those heroes had, at least.
Oh my gosh. Calamity, just ruthless. Oh my gosh, and a point blank barrage. I mean, that is a little bit audacious coming through from him, and jeez.
That's just mean. Audacious is a good word to describe it, but mean is what I'm going to use. They're not necessary, and it actually might hurt Iona in this next team fight. Cincinnati have all the tools to win this. They probably have 6 ultimates this team fight, but we have seen in the past that Cincinnati have struggled to get the team fight plans going, and they haven't always won the team fights that they should do with their ultimate economy.
Iona's doing such a good job at being overly aggressive for this engagement. It doesn't matter, though, because they engage straight into all of the ultimates of Cincinnati. Minefield thrown now to just zone so many people out of the point here from Iona, as Cincinnati continues to take this point. Look at this, more and more kills coming through. Still, the pharmacy is a problem here on Iona. Man, the longevity of the pharmacy is outrageous coming through here from Iona, but Cincinnati is not giving up without a fight. They are continuing to just push Iona back, and with 1 tick already in the bag for them, Ocean, all they have to do is handle the trickle.
Yeah, I think this is going to be done and dusted. All we have to deal with, I think Calamity's still alive here.
Yes.
Good on as far as he's still going. Calamity's close to Barrage, but I doubt it's going to have any effect on this round. Never
Oh my
mind.
gosh, another 3-man shatter from Oblivions. This is what comes up and creeps up on them when every time that Cincinnati has an advantage and they think they've got something in the bag, Oblivions rolls through with a shatter and just stops them.
You know what? I probably should have saw Oblivions with the shatter, but Calamity was just surviving for so long. But great Earth Shatter.
Yeah.
And you know what's weird? I never really noticed the core value that Oblivions gets with the limited resources that Oblivions gets. It's actually pretty darn insane, right? Like
He charges it so fast.
Yeah, like without like a damage boost or like a Lucia speed boost to do more damage. But Oblivions just get so much value on their own.
Iona they look really comfortable in this comp, and they know how to enable each other really well. They look like they know their weaknesses, and they can anticipate some of that. I love, they're Sam here, tag teamed by Cincinnati. Of course, the Tracer Hammond combo is really deadly, but Calamity is even more deadly. Ocean and Majin's pockets are non-stop. Barrage on... Maybe we don't need a barrage. Once again, normal fire seems to be doing the trick just fine, Ocean.
What? That was a nice shot. Nice little flick under the Mercy. And this fight's done. Courtesy of Calamity. This next team fight's going to be interesting. Because, again, Shrimman's on the Sigma right now, so you got a little bit more spam potential. But how are you going to deal with Calamity's barrage this team fight? I mean, or even just Calamity in general this team fight.
Archimedes just switched to Cass. There it is.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be it. Oh, yeah. They play like really fast. They play like super aggressive, get on the back line. I think that's unlikely. I think Archimedes is just going to have to be a hero.
Yeah, I don't see the speed coming through from Cincinnati here. Not for all of them. It's going to be really difficult, especially with a Zenyatta hanging out there. And, well, it's going to be Iona just continuing to wait. They know Cincinnati has to push into their trap, and Iona has resources up the wazoo. Calamity already got a pick and uses the barrage in the backline on top of it. Cincinnati knows that they have a bit of an advantage, but they need to be careful. Oblivions has Shatter soon, and we've seen the devastation that can come from that. More ults thrown, and it's actually going to be Sam who's just going to take it with the 2K on the self-destruct. Oblivion's goes ahead, throws the Shatter on top of it, and Ocean, 42 seconds left. Cincinnati is going to have only one push.
That's so frustrating for Cincinnati. They did the hard part, right? They dealt with Calamity's barrage. Archimedes got that kill, had been the hero. They got the resurrect on the late fight, and it was go time to use some Transcendence. Unfortunately, Sam just had another awesome self-destruct. That's the second defining self-destruct of this series. Coming in from Sam on the Diva, and they should be really proud of that. Going into the last team fight now, if Cincinnati want to capture both points, it's going to have to be on Shrimpman. It's the only ultimate available for Cincinnati. That Gravitic Flux from the Sigma Plan.
Going to be the Flux opening up from Shrimpman, and thankfully that Immortality Field keeps Siggy alive. Still, Iona going to continue holding the point here as Cincinnati's rolling forward, trying to push in. We see Archimedes falls to just a sliver of health in the back, and it doesn't matter. They go ahead and get 2 kills in the process. Cincinnati finding the fire they need here in this last fight as they continue to take down members of Iona. Of course, it's Calamity still left alive in this fight, and Archimedes takes them down. 2 points capped there in overtime.
What an awesome last couple of fights from Archimedes on the Cassie, standing up to Calamity on the Pharah. And yeah, that was super impressive from the Cassie player in Cincinnati. Cincinnati was a pretty neat engagement that last fight. After the Gravitic Flux, they kind of waited their turn. I got a Wrecking Ball and Tracer into the back line, as you saw Salty Nacho and Kuroki pick up the first 2 final blows of that team fight. That was a lot better. But we can see that more consistently in the last couple of weeks of this season, and even the last couple of fights maybe in this map or the rest of the series if Cincinnati can pull out Volskaya, or even next season. We can see that more consistently. I'd be really happy with this roster.
I would also really like to see Cincinnati tracking Oblivion's Earth Shatter a little bit more, since it has been so devastating, and it has been a huge shut down resource on Cincinnati's pushes after they open up with a really nice play, right? We saw the two Deadeye kills roll through, and then it's going to be an Earth Shatter from Oblivions that shuts them down. So I would love to see them be ready for some of that beautiful follow-up Iona has been bringing to the table. And, you know, I'm talking about Oblivions. I said that last time, and as soon as I said that, Sam went and threw a 2K self-destruct. So,
Yeah.
you know, there's a deeper bench here on Iona you definitely have to be mindful of outside of the DPS.
Yeah, the DPS are the stars, but there's a team and a backbone around those DPS.
Someone makes space
stars,
for you.
Exactly. And, you know, in fairness to Cincinnati, Oblivions is always quite hard to track because Reinhardt isn't going to get too much value here against Wrecking Ball compositions because you're not able to swing, so it's quite hard to track how much value Oblivions is getting. That's a nice code of family. Unfortunately, he gets resurrected.
You know, far in the back line. It's a beautiful. Oh my gosh, I cannot get over Calamity's rocket fire. Just primary rockets thrown into the team of Cincinnati here. It is so unfortunate for them, and I feel terrible watching that. Like, Calamity is doing fantastic, and I have huge respect for his mechanics here on this Pharah.
Yeah, no, popping off. A weird style of aiming on Pharah as well. You know, it's like most Pharah players would kind of like track where their opponents are coming. Like, Calamity's flicking. That's kind of cool, kind of stylish. I vibe with it. On the point B, I mean, probably on the Archimedes to try and shut down Calamity on this Pharah. There's no real other way to do it. No other way to say it. Calamity close to the Rocket Barrage. I mean, crowd close to the Amp Matrix. That'll get Iona College interested.
Ooh, we see Iona here pushing forward, and while the concussion blast is online, I always love to see the concussion straight into the, you know, quick fire rocket. Calamity once again just going ahead and throwing primary barrage from point blank. 5:29 on the clock, Ocean. Wow, that was a fast cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's Iona's DPS, right? You know, we started highlighting their tanks and their DPS. Like, no, that's not allowed. We're the superstars here. That's what your narrative was planned to be anyway. Right, okay, thank you, Iona DPS. We get it. Understood. 5 minutes and 29 seconds to get one tick of Volskaya point out and secure the series. And a nice 3-0 and a nice confidence boost heading towards the playoffs.
Definitely. And, you know, everyone is going to want to be performing and doing their best in the playoffs. There's a lot more pressure there, and you know, that's when there's real consequences to losing the games and, you know, being kicked out of the bracket. So, you know, this is really the last. You only have 1 week after this week to refine any of the last synergy issues, compositions you want to work on, or to be more comfortable in general on what you're flexing to.
Yeah, you know what, Iona, I think a lot of teams who are prepping for them will be preparing for this Pharah. So what I'd like to see, I mean, I think they have another game towards the end of the season, or at least before playoff starts. I would like to see them try and prepare some other things for playoffs, because people are going to be watching this and they know we're going to have to deal with Calamity's Pharah, right, heading into the postseason. For the rest of this game, for the rest of the game, like, Cincinnati, 5 minutes 29. It's going to be a tough task on Cologne and Archimedes.
Yeah, it is all pressure on both of those hit scans. And while Leapfrog needs to be discording the pharmacy as well, right? All the help they can get to really take down this dynamic duo that has just been monstrous. No Discord orb. Oh, just in the nick of time, though, does get taken down and allows Cincinnati to go ahead and res themselves up to full strength. They push off of the point here to engage Iona. Iona goes ahead, gets the successful res onto their own friend, and now it is a heyday for them as the damage rolls through. Calamity, once again, primary fire from point blank. No big deals. The kills continue to roll through. Almost 1 tick here for Iona. It's just a straggler cleaned up, and it's going to be Iona going ahead and taking our series.
Yeah, solid performance from them on the DPS line and the tanks as well. I mean, it was just a good all-round performance from them. A standard Iona performance, if you think about it that way, right? They did what Iona do, and Iona, I think a big part of their end of season resurgence has been just that they've got a little bit more of an identity, and I think Calamity and Syzygy give them that identity.
I definitely agree with you there, and I actually think I mean, in general, all of Iona seems to mesh really well to be the team that they are. And, You see the follow-up, especially from the tank lineup. And I mean, look, we know no one on the team would be anywhere without the supports constantly pocketing those DPS. And with how often we see Majin on the Pharah, that's a lot of other work, and it is incredible what was coming through here from Iona. Just great job and great communication.
Yeah, so Cincinnati, I want to talk about them just a little bit, just a little touch before we get to hear from one of Iona's players. We get to highlight them a little bit more going into the postseason. But Cincinnati, I want to talk about them because their team has a lot of potential. They play a lot of competitions today and over the course of the season. They are quite flexible, they are quite adaptive, and they have grown week in, week out. So I'm going to be really excited to see them come back next year.
And being a team that is that flexible and adaptable, that means they're going to be really hot on the list for growth as well. There's a lot of opportunity for them to really grow those skills, and you know that they want to, right? They're already flexing to work it. And look, there's a difference, right, between being a specialist and being well-rounded and a jack of all trades. And in Overwatch, if you're going to be a specialist on a character, you have to be such an indomitable force that no one can contest you regardless of their character ability advantages, right? We've seen this happen in OWL, where Striker as Tracer just goes off and kills all 6 people, regardless of every single stun trying to be thrown at him or whatever. And, you know, in Overwatch, you have to have all those skills, and Cincinnati really does bring quite a variety, and I think that they're gonna be able to go really far.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing their development. And of course, congratulations to Iona for that awesome win. I've just said their name wrong right at the end again. I was doing so well, right? Iona, congratulations to Iona on their 3-0 win.
Well, you know, part of what's great about EGF and Overwatch is we have people from all over come in here to help bring everyone the show. Obviously, most of the players, all the players are from across the states. But I know we have some Canadian producers, I believe, as well that help us out. So everyone being brought together by EGF, even across multiple games. And, you know, always love that. Looks like we are going to go to a quick break, and we're going to bring someone from Iona over and see how they're feeling. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 16. We are here with Syzygy, who just joined us from our victorious team of Iona. Thank you so much for joining us, and how are you feeling, after your win and kind of coming up onto the playoff season?
I'm feeling good. The team is feeling good. It was like a heck of a run.
Absolutely. What is it? What's the energy like right there with all of you guys?
It's all positive vibes. We have a whole team right here.
Very nice. Point us on who's who. Give us a little rundown.
Okay, this is Samx. This is Oblivions. This is
Ooh.
Antex. This is Majin. Crab is over there. Crab, come in.
Yeah, bring him in here. Don't let him scurry away.
Yeah, Brandon.
There we go.
Oh, well, it was so great to actually see all of your faces and see all that energy. And, like I said, congratulations on your win. You guys looked like you were very comfortable, playing on that comp, on that Farah comp, on the McCree. What has gone into really refining that?
Honestly, it was just practice and coming up from season 1. We've been trying really hard to refine the comp, and we've had some fails, but we also been working really hard to optimize it to the best ability.
Cool. I want to ask about just this season and your reflection of it, because I believe that's most or the majority of Iona's games. I think all of their games played. How has this season been for you?
It's been really well this season. We've been winning a lot, and we have a lot of tough competitors also.
Yeah.
Are there any competitors you have your eye on in particular, or that you're really excited to maybe face off against again?
Hopefully, hopefully we face Marist again in the nationals.
Ooh.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago you had a chance to face him, and I would love to see you guys do that again. You guys did fantastic then as well.
Alright, okay, then last question. Outside of playing Marist in playoff potential, is there any goals for the playoffs that Iona has?
Yes, we still plan to run the same comp, probably. We'll work on it.
Okay. Oh, awesome. Cool to hear.
Well, it's obviously a composition you guys are really comfortable on. And if it's your bread and butter and it's not getting shut down, then don't fix what ain't broke. And it has been, a joy watching you guys just mechanically on all of that. It is very smooth to watch, and it was exciting. Before we close out, is there anyone you or your teammates behind you want to shout out or thank or give a holler?
Yes, I would like to shout out Brandon, Archie, David, and anyone who want to shout out.
Brandon! Look at his ball!
Well, there you have it. Syzygy, thank you so much again for joining us with you and everyone else behind you. It was honestly so great to see all of you once again. And, good luck next week and moving into playoffs.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, folks. Well, that was our last game of the evening. And, gotta go ahead and close it out. Ocean, is there anything on your mind or anyone you want to shout out before we sign off?
Oh, what about Sid for being an awesome casting partner today? And I guess Lord Thievin as well. But it's always a blast casting with you.
Man, I was so excited when we were paired again this evening. And, folks, we have our regular A+ producer Aeon behind the scenes. They are the constant that is here on this official EGF channel for the whole day, every single week, regardless of who you see mixing it up on the screen. Absolutely beautiful job. Couldn't have done it without you. Ocean, like I said, always a treat casting with you. And folks, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Remember, EGF has multiple channels to follow. You can check them all out in the socials, and they also have plenty of other esports games to follow all the days of the week. Have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you soon.